Things are different now with vaccines available and guidance from the CDC saying fully vaccinated people can travel domestically. Ige says he supports the Honolulu mayor who announced to restrict indoor gatherings to 10 people and outdoor gatherings to 25 people. The rules take effect on Wednesday, and he said they do apply to weddings and other events that people may be traveling in for. Multiple Oahu hospitals have filled their regular beds as COVID-19 cases pour into emergency rooms. The city set up a 25-cot tent outside the Queens Medical Center, West Oahu, on Friday to help handle the influx. In sports this morning. The Phillies, who took 2 of 3 from the Padres in San Diego over the weekend, were off last night and return home tonight as they open up a 2-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays. The Rays have the best record in the American League, while the Phils are in second place and 4.5 games behind the Atlanta Braves in the National League East. Ranger Suarez will get the start tonight. Game time is scheduled for 7:05. In college football, the Big Ten Conference announced its COVID-19 forfeiture policy, saying the conference games would not be rescheduled if they are unable to be played on their scheduled date. According to the policy, the game would be considered a loss for the team impacted by the virus and a win for the opposition in conference standings. If both teams are unable to participate because of COVID-19, it would be declared a no contest. And in tragic news, Jimmy Hayes, who won a national hockey championship at Boston College and played 7 seasons in the NHL, died at the age of 31.
Oh, man.
A law enforcement official said medics were called to the Hayes home in the Boston suburbs where he was pronounced dead. No other details were disclosed. Kevin Hayes, Jimmy's younger brother, is a center for the Flyers. Jimmy Hayes plays 334 games in the NHL and had 54 goals and 55 assists, playing for the Florida Panthers, Boston Bruins, and New Jersey Devils. Hayes is survived by his wife, 2 young children, 4 siblings, and his parents. And that's what I have for you this morning.
The only thing I read about this morning was they said it wasn't suspicious, and that's the only bit of information I saw about that.
Only 31, and his kids are 3 and a couple of months old. I mean, it's just awful. It's just sad, up and down.
Awful.
All right, well, we will move on from that terrible news with a reset. New work week ahead of us. I know we're a day late here, gang, but that means fewer letters to keep track of for the Word of the Week prize. So we have a $300 Hens and Honey shop gift card. Hens and Honey, that's right. Casey's favorite soap.
Yeah.
His outdoor shower
Mango
soap.
coconut.
Yeah. And they are in downtown Swedesboro, so we'll do the letter at the end of the program. And we'll have some other goodies to give away. We have a meet and eat today. Our friends from Stella Artois are sending over Saloon 151. They're in Westchester, and they're going to bring by some goodies, so we'll let you know what we have to give away a little bit later on when they arrive. We have some guests on the show as well. Awesome actor Vincent D'Onofrio.
Love him.
Will be on the program today. He's got a book out called Mother. Stuff and things. And it's just kind of
musings.
Whatever's on his
mind.
So we'll talk to Vincent D'Onofrio around 9 o'clock. And right after that, we follow up with another award-winning actor, Larry the Cable Guy.
One of our favorite interviews.
Yeah.
Because you often recount the Larry the Cable Guy hang up, and then he called back. And he had not said his phrase, and he called back specifically to say, get her done.
And we're going to have to bring that up to him. It was a long time ago.
Hilarious.
And the phone call, we ended the interview, and like 5 minutes later, he called back, maybe even longer. And he's like, I just realized I forgot to tell you guys, get her done. And we were like, oh, my God.
The fact that he took the time. It was hilarious.
Great. Yeah. So we'll talk to Larry the Cable Guy today as well, because he's going to be performing just outside of Harrisburg, and he's promoting that. It's a Hollywood Casino at Penn National Race Course coming up in early September. So we'll get to these things and more through the course of the program. Yo, forgetting something?
No. Did we mention his Tattoos Day today?
We did not. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so we have a chance for you to win a tattoo. $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. So get on that now. Just text the word tattoo to 39333, and at the end of the show, we'll randomly choose a winner, and then you're on your way to South Street, 1729 South Street, to be more specific, to get some ink work done. Preston and Steve Style from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. All right, so let's break. Let's come back in a second. We'll roll out those entertainment stories. We'll give some things away with the stupid question and dive right into it. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
But for the most part, you'll know what I'm talking about if you know it. 215-263 WMMR. Give us a call. Today's Tuesday, August 24th. Go through some birthdays today. We got some good ones. Dave Chappelle's birthday is today. Dave Chappelle turns 48 years old today.
His last Netflix special was so effing good, so funny from beginning to end. And everyone at one point was laughing or uncomfortable, the audience is brought together in a way that's so cool, and he does what he does. He does what a great comedian is supposed to do.
Nice. 48 years old today.
Craig actor.
Craig Kilborn, remember him?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I follow him on Instagram.
What does he do now?
He sits around and drinks brandy a lot.
I haven't seen him in a long time.
Remember we had him in the studio, and I remember years ago when he started The Daily Show, the word was he was difficult to work with and all that stuff. He came in here, could not have been nicer.
Yeah.
And was...
I was a little bit on eggshells because of that reputation.
Sure, yeah.
But
understandably
he was cool.
Yeah.
Marissa?
Remember he hosted the Tiger King follow-up show?
No. I don't remember that.
Craig Kilborn?
Yeah.
I believe you, but I just didn't see it.
There was a follow-up show where everybody did interviews, and I think he was the host of it.
Oh, all right.
So I think he's doing like Netflix stuff like that.
He's 59 years old today. Actress Marlee Matlin, who is hearing impaired, 1987 won the Best Actress Oscar for Children of a Lesser God.
She's in that new movie that's on Apple TV. Most of the cast is deaf, Preston. It's getting rave reviews.
Yeah, she's.
What's the name of that, Nick? Do you know?
I don't.
Is it Coda?
Yes, that's it. It's Coda, and she is the parent, a deaf parent of a singer.
Right.
And so the conceit is that how has the singer become so successful and gotten so much support from her parents who've never heard her sing?
Right.
Nice. She is 56 years old today. Actress Ann Archer.
Always liked her.
Who looks like she's been in almost all of the Jack Ryan movies. Patriot Games, Clear and Present Danger, Rules of Engagement.
She's the wife.
Man of the House. Was that one too? It sounds like it.
Yeah.
But she was also in Fatal Attraction.
Right. She was the wife who finally says, she takes out Glenn Close finally.
That the scene where Glenn Close is like, I'm gonna tell your wife, and he goes, well, here, and he hands the phone to his wife. You're like, whoa, dude, all right.
Yeah.
She ain't messing around. She is 74 years old today. Vince McMahon, the WWE mastermind, celebrates his 76th birthday today.
The guy's a genius.
Was he a wrestler as well?
I believe he was.
He had to have been, right?
He's a huge dude.
Yeah.
He's actually
He didn't get huge until later, though, man.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, back when
he started eating waffles.
he was eating a lot of, what is today?
National Waffle Day.
Exactly. But I don't know. I watched in the 80s, right? The Mean Gene Okerlund and Hulk Hogan days.
He would get in the ring, though. Wouldn't he?
As
not
like a manager,
not back then.
I mean, I remember him being in the ring, not like he was going to be wrestling someone else, but ended up in a tussle.
Exactly.
Yeah. Marissa?
Exactly.
I messed up. It was Joe McHale.
Oh, there you go.
Joe McHale. All right, the programming note, not Craig Kilborn, Joe McHale.
Soup, Daily Show. Dang it. Of all days.
All right. Anyhow, Vince McMahon is 76 years old today. Cal Ripken Jr.
Wow.
Baltimore Orioles had the longest consecutive games record at 2,632. He had broken Lou Gehrig's record of 2,130. He doesn't like Nick very much.
He came around.
Yeah. He came.
Anybody? So does that record still stand, or is it been?
Oh my God!
It's considered one of the unbreakable records.
Is anybody even close at this point?
Probably not. No, because people take rest days all the time now. Like they have all these different metrics where they're
not
like
encouraged to do what he did, and so that's probably why it'll never be broken.
Him, DiMaggio's hit streak.
Yep.
I know those two are considered. Maybe there's one from Gretzky that I think is considered unbreakable.
Gretzky has like all the NHL records.
Right.
I think hitting 400 again probably would be pretty difficult. But Cal Ripken's record is probably the least likely to get broken.
All I remember about this guy when he was here was, him and Nick had something that when that happened, and his eyes. He had beautiful,
super blue eyes.
He had
Super eyes.
beautiful eyes.
Nick was merely positing the notion that to get him to that point, they were sort of
No. Here's what I asked. He was grooved a pitch in a All-Star game. So it was a pitch that didn't count in a Major League Baseball game.
Right.
It was an exhibition game, the All-Star game.
It was his last game, right?
And it was his last All-Star game, and he hit a home run. Now, what is still difficult, even if you know what pitch is coming, to be able to connect with that pitch and hit a home run is very, very difficult. However, he was grooved that pitch. It's been vetted since then. And I asked him about it, and he didn't really like me.
We have his response, Nick, if you want it.
That's pretty much what he thought, yeah.
But getting back to the Orioles here, so the new era baseball, have you guys seen, so they had this gimmick this year where they took all the logos from the baseball teams and they put them upside down on the baseball caps. Have you guys seen this
No,
at
I
all?
haven't seen that.
Yeah, so the Phillies P is upside down. Have you guys seen the Orioles logo?
No.
It's freaking hilarious. So they took the Orioles logo, the Oriole,
Yeah.
the cartoon Oriole,
Right.
and they flipped it upside down, and it looks like Donald Trump.
Really?
His hair.
Because of the hair. Yeah, it
Oh,
does.
my God.
It does.
That's pretty funny.
Jesus Christ. That's hilarious.
That's pretty funny.
And it's orange, too.
Yep, that's perfect. Cal Ripken Jr. 61 today. Steve Gutenberg.
Legend.
Yeah.
I love Steve Gutenberg. We had him on recently.
Yeah,
right?
and he was talking about his, I think, like his cameos, videos that he does and stuff like that. It was,
So he's been playing a teacher on the Goldbergs, science teacher. And there's word, believe it or not, that there is another Lavalantula
oh my God.
in the works.
Oh my God. He turns 63 years old today. Stephen Fry, British actor.
Great.
Gosford Park, V for Vendetta, Bones.
Do you know, listen, if you ever get a chance on YouTube, watch any one of his lectures. He's a deep thinker.
He's very intelligent. Yeah, he's 64 today. Rupert Grint.
Great.
Ron Weasley from Harry Potter, but on the show Servant.
So good.
He's outstanding.
He's excellent.
He is so good on that show. It's a weird, quirky cast. It's a really strange, it's an M. Night Shyamalan show, so it's very dark and twisted. He is excellent on that show.
Yeah, and you can't help but really dig his character.
Oh my God!
And he's kind of nasty, and he's sort of effed up, but it is cool.
I don't like anyone on that show.
Yeah.
I love that show, but everyone has something about that. I'm like, oh my God.
But he was sort of the first where you were, at least for me, I was like, oh, man, what? Like, what?
Yeah.
And then as it goes on, you're like, oh God, here he is again with like wine in his hand. Now he's doing drugs.
Constantly drinking.
And he
constantly
gulps the wine.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep. And they're drinking wine that's $800 a bottle. Right. And so anyhow, Rupert Grint is 33 years old today. And then the last birthday I have to highlight is a friend of ours, David Keckner.
We need
Anchorman.
you. Now I need you. I'm a mess without you. I miss you so damn much. I miss being with you. I miss being near you. I miss your laugh. I miss your scent.
So he is David Keckner, obviously champ kind and Anchorman, and he is 59. Super nice guy.
He's great, yeah.
All right, we'll see if we can get an answer to the stupid question this morning. In movies, what is the standard telephone number prefix that is used? 215-263-WMMR, the number, and we are going to go to, I believe, Andrew was the first one in. Hey, Andrew, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Andrew, what is the standard telephone prefix used in movies?
555.
You are correct. Hang on. Because it doesn't really, it's not used by any telephone systems. Yeah. So, Andrew, hang on the line, my man. We are going to give you a pair of tickets to see Kings of Leon. They're going to be performing at the BB&T Pavilion on Sunday. It says some tickets remain via Ticketmaster.com. What? Okay, so I have a little info sheet that has specific information that needs to be passed along. Let me read this verbatim for you. Okay. So it says a pair of tickets to see Kings of Leon, the When You See Yourself tour with Cold War, Sunday at BB&T Pavilion. Kids. Some tickets remain via Ticketmaster.com. Why is the word kids in there?
There's a mistake. It's Cold War Kids is the name of the opening. They spaced it out.
Hey, kids,
terribly.
Get this.
Kids.
Yeah.
Some tickets remain.
That's hilarious.
Hey, mister.
Hey, kittens.
So when you said, or it's written,
Cold War.
With Cold War, And then they left the kids portion of that off until later in the conversation.
Okay, good. I needed clarification on that. All right. I loved that this story happened over the weekend. My wife and I on Friday watched the latest episode of Ted Lasso. And when this came up, I was like, oh, yes, excellent. So Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney, the two actors, have submitted an open letter with guidance how Apple Plus could avoid legal action after the award-winning comedy Ted Lasso poked fun at their very real ownership of the Wrexham AFC soccer team. Reynolds tweeted out, "Enough is enough," accompanied by the letter, which detailed just what needed to be done by Apple TV to avoid legal action for their egregious affront. In the episode, Director of Communications for the team and Ted Lasso, so Higgins is the director.
He's great.
It's played by Jeremy Swift, commented that he couldn't tell for sure if Reynolds and McElhenney's ownership of the Wrexham AFC team was a joke or not.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
That's so great.
So the duo own the team in real life, of course, and clearly it is not a joke, as their letter indicates in no uncertain terms by citing their very real ownership of the team. Now, it's written in the letter. It says, while we hold the incomparable Jeremy Swift in no ill regard and are honored to be mentioned on the platform that's brought us high-quality programming ranging from Mythic Quest Season 1 to Mythic Quest Season 2, we must insist that you cease and desist from the casting of any doubt regarding our commitment to the club, the fans, and the entire Wrexham community. After affirming their seriousness and commitment to the team, it was time to get down to business. So here's what they wrote. They said, to avoid legal action, please send 2 large boxes of Ted Lasso's biscuits to the racecourse ground before the Wrexham AFC season begins on Saturday, August 21st at 3 p.m. So it was over the weekend. Thankfully, it didn't take long for Apple TV Plus to both respond and cave in to Reynolds and McElhenney's demands, and they did so in a way that is so wholesome and heartwarming as heartwarming as their show, heartwarming. They wrote, we, like our high-profile celebrity arbitration, just like Roy Kent, heard a hard packaging on the outside, but soft goodness on the inside, they wrote. And, of course, no word from Wrexham AFC. They wrote biscuits on the way, by the way. No word from Wrexham AFC yet as to whether the biscuits arrived on time, perhaps more importantly, if they truly lived up to the level of enthusiasm that they get on the series.
So I was just talking to Casey before the show, Preston, and you know, what a marketing opportunity, too. Everyone who watches the show would love to take a crack at having one of those biscuits that Ted Lasso makes every night for the owner of the team. And every time you see them eating it, it's like, God, they look really good.
And by the way, if you don't watch the show, biscuits meaning cookies.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Did you text Rob when you were watching?
I almost did. Rochelle was like, you should text him. And I'm like, I'm not gonna be that guy, because I'm sure he got overloaded with messages from that. But we heard it, we were like, oh, dude, that's awesome.
Well, what's even better is I ended up watching the Two Bears in One Cave podcast because Bert and Tom were talking about the Preston and Steve show. So I ended up watching it, and they had brought up being at the Super Bowl parade with, quote, Rob McElhenney.
Mm-hmm. I caught it, too. He said it twice.
Yeah.
But, you know.
And he's like, I love Rob McElhenney.
I know. I know, it was great. All right, so anyhow, that's cool that they those shows have crossed like that. I love it.
Did you happen to see, just quickly, Preston, also he posted something on Twitter. Oh, yeah. It was Rob McElhenney posting, and he's with obviously they're filming the new season of It's Always Sunny, and so they're all giving a shout out to Wrexham.
Yeah.
And he's forcing them to do that.
Oh, yeah,
and Glenn says, why should he? And he goes across the line, and when he gets to D, she starts to talk, and all you hear is an ostrich sound.
Yeah, bird. It was great. Big Bang Theory alum Mam Bialik will serve as the first guest host of Jeopardy following Mike Richards' decision to step down. He departed as host after a backlash over resurfaced sexist comments on Richards' part, and there were also issues as well, most notably some discrimination suits filed during his time as executive producer on The Price is Right. Additional hosts are expected to be announced. Richards remains on board of Jeopardy as executive producer. Bialik was reportedly the top choice of host for the show, but she is having trouble squaring her schedule with the upcoming Call Me Kat production schedule. The Fox comedy is in its second season of shooting, She's going to serve as host for Jeopardy's primetime specials, has said that if Call Me Kat doesn't get season 3, she would love to host Jeopardy full time. But fan favorite Ken Jennings is also in consideration to replace Alex Trebek. I thought Ken did one of the best jobs of anyone.
The way I see it, no one was a flat-out stinker. Everyone was able to rise to the challenge. I agree about Ken Jennings. I also think his status as GOAT gives him extra cred. But Mayim Bialik did a really solid job as well. You know who also did a good job? Katie Couric. But
there were good ones.
But I mean,
I just like Ken's he did it in an Alex-ish kind of way.
He did. I agree. And if you watch so they're showing old Alex episodes while they're in the hiatus right now. Smooth as silk.
Oh, yeah.
And that's, that's what you want.
I tuned in last night, Steve. It was an episode from 2009, and it was Alex at his prime. I mean, he was it was so heartwarming to see him again and to watch it as if it were new. I think Ken also brings like a personality to the show that a standard host doesn't quite do so. And I thought Robin Roberts was a great host, and George Stephanopoulos did a really good job too. But they are TV hosts. You know what I mean? Like, they're not themselves hosting Jeopardy. I think Ken is Ken hosting Jeopardy.
Right.
So we'll see if he might. It all depends on her commitments to her other show. Almost 1 year after losing her son, Chrissy Teigen is looking back on how far she's come and how far she still has to go. She shared on Instagram just reminiscing about New York a lot lately when things were simple, thinking about all the stuff I've done and been through, not just this year, but in my life. I'm slightly down lately. It kind of started when I was thinking about my book caption and typed out "My third baby is here," as in cookbook, and then realized my third baby will never be here. Then I realized I threw myself into the book to not think of the real, actual third baby. She added that she's not fully processed the loss of her baby Jack, adding, now that I don't have the alcohol to numb it away, things are just there, waiting to be acknowledged. And I guess what I'm saying here is life is so effing complicated, and get the lasagna. Wow, that was a roller coaster. And also, Steve, there was a story, but I couldn't get it to
open, the one I sent you?
Open, yeah, about her and I guess a hamster that has gotten lost in their house.
A family pet got into the wall of their house. And so, you know what she did?
She cut a hole in the
wall, yeah.
Oh, my God.
I told you it happened to us.
To you, that's why I thought you'd connect to it.
Like, for a year, every now and then we'd hear the scratching, and every once in a while you would see this fur ball run across the carpet, and then it was gone.
Yeah.
That thing died somewhere in our house at some point.
Seriously?
It never stank. We never found it, but it had to have. So
One more story about her. They were in town the past week.
Oh, really?
Chrissy Teigen and John Legend. Yeah, apparently he is opening up his tour here in October. So he was practicing at the Met.
Nice.
So she was spotted at like Reading Terminal, and they were staying at the Four Seasons. So she was down at that Rite Aid that's right there on 19th and Arch.
Nice.
So there's a few little photos. Philly Chit Chat, Huey Dillon posted a few photos of her at the Reading Terminal Market.
Now, quick thing. Because obviously she had some issues with social media, and I thought the modus operandi here was to take some time away from social media.
Yeah.
And, that's such as the draw of social media.
Totally.
But this is the kind of stuff that you should post that's a little bit more fun and lighthearted than the other stuff. So.
Agreed, sir. Kim Kardashian and ex-Kanye West are keeping things friendly, but they are not going to get back together, sources tell People.
What's this? I missed the first part.
They're being friendly, but they're not getting back together. So some people think that, because they're hanging out, that they might hook back up. But some fans are still holding out hope. There was an Instagram story, a photo of her car radio while streaming some Donda tracks.
Some Donda tracks.
From her iPhone, all named Donda Mix Test .606.
Donda.
The pair were also spotted grabbing lunch together in Malibu on Friday. An insider told People Kim and Kanye have a friendly relationship. It's always been important to Kim to have a good relationship with Kanye. They are not getting back together, though. She's accepted his lunch invitation earlier this week because they are at a point now when they can hang out. There are no hard feelings.
And they really do love Arby's. So that's where they were. Yeah.
And the beef and cheddar is pretty bad.
They do have the meats over there.
Arby's, yeah.
I have a story about someone changing their hair. Billie Eilish chopped off her long blonde shag on Monday.
Was her hair long?
The bad.
It was the same.
It was like shoulder length, no?
Right.
Unless
So
I haven't seen her in a while.
I think she cropped it a little bit. I think the big change was when she dyed it blonde.
The bad guy singer took to her Instagram story to show off the chin-length bob with bangs that makes her look like a dead ringer for her mother. That's her bob. Eilish shared shots of her mom, Maggie Baird, sporting a similar do with the caption, "Like my mama."
Billie Eilish is very pretty. I think just naturally pretty, and it's weird. The color, it's a very unnatural blonde, Kathy, is it not?
Well, it's bleach. She bleaches it.
Okay.
It's completely bleached.
Yeah.
She looks like a very pretty, incredibly bored girl.
She really does.
I mean, or almost about to fall asleep.
All the time.
All the time. Yes, but
I saw an
that's her
interview with her once. I think it might have been Ellen, and like, I guess
Was it like pulling teeth?
Yes,
Yeah.
it was like pulling teeth.
Did they actually end up pulling teeth?
Well, and she was. I think it was. Ellen does this thing where when she's interviewing a guest, she puts people in this little like end table,
Right.
and they jump out of it. And Billie Eilish was the one that jumped out. So she was in on like the. She said yes to the joking
Right,
and like all that, but then Ellen tried to talk to her after, and it was like literally yes, no answers. I don't think she said more than 3 words.
Billie
And Ellen
Eilish was the
like,
one who
"Okay,
jumped
thank
out to scare people?
Yes.
I couldn't think of a worse person to scare somebody.
Right?
She did this series of interviews every year on for Vanity Fair, and she answers the same question year after year, and they put it out on her birthday.
I remember that.
Yeah, it's another look into her. So if you're on the fence on Billie Eilish, watch that because it's a little more insightful.
Does she actually like talks and?
Yeah, and she
she
gives
has some
really,
fun with it.
really thoughtful answers, and has some fun with it too. So she's mercurial. You don't always know what what you're going to get with her, but I dig her.
She's a big fan of The Office. I know that.
Well, let's dive into The Bachelor and Bachelorette and all that good stuff. We haven't done that in a while.
I watched Bachelor in Paradise last night, Preston.
Oh, you did?
For some reason, it was on after Wheel of Fortune.
That's why.
And exactly. So I'm there, and I'm like, okay, let me be in this world because I wanted to see David Spade. He's the host, and I watched it for a long time. I never saw David Spade.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I wasted my time.
And this is the Sex Island, essentially.
This is Sex
right?
Island. This is all the people from former Bachelor and Bachelorette shows congregating on this island, and man, is it stupid.
Well, according to fan theories, Claire Crawley and Dale Moss got married in a secret wedding over the weekend. Celebrity gossip account Dumois posted the first reports, and they came from a tipster. The first claim simply said Claire and Dale are married. They did it in secret, but filmed it with a small crew and serious NDA. Negotiating with print outlet to coincide with streaming wedding special. Meanwhile, the second tipster confirmed this report, saying, yes, Claire and Dale are married, and added that the couple hope to have babies ASAP.
So look at how serious that NDA was that we know the story about them getting married. Yeah.
The pair have not denied nor confirmed the reports, but fans have also spotted Moss wearing a wedding ring. Meanwhile, Bachelorette Katie Thurston is responding to critics of her for posting about a marijuana-infused edible. She had apparently written on Twitter on Sunday, I just took an edible, laying on the floor in my living room, surrounded by my responsibilities, all while listening to medication music on Spotify, and how are you? And one user commented, not a very good role model to younger viewers.
Oh, are the Bachelorettes now role models?
And then she wrote back, because I'm consuming a legal drug at a legal age within a legal state. But others were more supportive of her, so...
You go, girl!
Yeah, right?
I love you.
Hey, in other news, it's unclear how long Zendaya and Tom Holland have truly been dating, but this summer, they finally appear to be ready to fly slightly above the radar. After being busted in PDA mode by photographers at a stoplight, the pair were seen celebrating their friend Josh Flores' wedding Sunday in Simi Valley, California. Following guest Esteban Camarillo shared a shot on Instagram story. Other videos of them dancing and clapping along appeared on fan accounts as well. Meanwhile, Holland responded to a leak of Spider-Man No Way Home's first trailer on social media over the weekend. The copies have been pulled, but bootlegs do exist.
And then released last night at midnight.
Yeah, they officially came out with it again. Holland himself appeared to address the leak with a simple but to the point message on his Instagram story that said, "You ain't ready." but apparently we are because they did release it last night.
Everyone was
badass.
ready, yeah.
And they're bringing in Doctor Strange pretty heavily and a lot of multiverse stuff. It looks awesome.
Yeah, Doc Ock is in this one.
Yeah.
Alfred Molina, back,
Dr. Phil.
back as him, and Dr. Phil is
Dr. J.
finally a foe.
You look like a big old spider.
Yeah, so should be pretty cool. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to put this here in the celebrity news. Steve sent me this story over the weekend about a guy that we have referenced many times over the year, and it's disturbing.
Yeah.
Peter North, the porn star,
Okay.
is accused of beating his estranged wife at least 11 times in over 2 years and then allegedly raping her shortly after one of his two domestic violence arrests. Yeah, this is messed up, man. And it sounds like it's the deal.
Yeah.
Nadia North said that she thought she was going to die during one of the alleged assaults in early December 2018 after she tried to leave her husband and he found out. She had the presence of mind to record audio of the alleged attack on her phone and slid the phone under her bed. In the recording, which was published by the Daily Beast, a man's voice, purportedly that of Peter North, whose real name, by the way, is Alden Joseph Brown, is heard laughing, singing Jingle Bell Rock, and confessing to nearly beating her to death. So apparently on the audio, I haven't heard it. I've just read the transcript that says, "You're looking at me like, what the F is he on? I'm on a high on life. I always just wanted to make you happy, and I'm so sorry for everything that I've done to upset you, especially physically or emotionally scar you or almost kill you," he said.
Oh, my God.
And it was one of at least 11 alleged assaults between March 2017 and June 2019. Nadia North told the Daily Beast that she suffered broken ribs, multiple bruises all over her body, a head contusion, a spinal injury, and at least 5 concussions.
It's brutal stuff.
The Daily Beast said in its exclusive report published on Saturday that it observed numerous police reports, hospital reports, court documents, audio recordings, text messages, and photographs of Nadia's bruised body that corroborate her abuse allegations against Peter North. He has been in porn since 1983, appeared in thousands of porn films. The two married in March 2017, and Nadia said he quickly became controlling and violent. He was arrested twice in June 2019 in connection with domestic violence charges. Shortly after making bail for the second arrest, he allegedly emptied the bank accounts and told Nadia that she was a good girl and she could have some money. 2 months later, in August of that year, the situation became desperate for Nadia, who had a mold leak in the house, and she didn't have money to fix it. She begged Peter to give her money for a hotel. They met up to look at the mold. She said he was just supposed to look at it and leave. I went upstairs to change my shirt. He said that he missed me. He decided he then wanted me, and I told him no, and that didn't work.
Wow.
And that's when she said Peter raped her.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
She said he told me that it was my fault and not to tell anybody because I was the one who broke the restraining order and deserved it. So, wow, man, messed up stuff. So I don't know what the status as of now of anything legal going on between those two.
No, certainly. I mean, now, if there are tons of police reports, I don't know how you could have had. But, the same thing happened with O.J. The police had responded to his house a number of times for domestic abuse allegations, and there was physical proof against Nicole Brown Simpson, and yet nothing came of that.
But Peter was arrested 2 times, so there's mugshots and there's police.
Right.
There's a full deal.
Why didn't he do time for that?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't really know, but that's, wow, did not know that. Let's see. All right, here's another story of somebody crossing the line. Buffy the Vampire star, alum Nicholas Brendan, was arrested for obtaining drugs by fraud in Indiana. He was caught driving erratically, and when police pulled him over, they say they noticed him sweating profusely and appeared nervous due to visibly racing pulse on his neck and shaking hands.
Imagine you seeing like pulsing on someone's neck. They're so strung out. He played a character called Xander, and I loved Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I loved his character. This would, if you were to ask me who would turn into a raging drug addict off that show, I would not have picked him, but here you go.
So he then gave the police a California ID with the name Kelton Schultz. They say he claimed that Kelton was his twin. And then they found a small plastic bag that contained crystal and powder residue and a pill bottle and a bag with a medication prescribed to Nicholas Bender. And
by the way, he does have an identical twin.
More drugs were found, and he was arrested for failure to identify the obtaining prescription by fraud. Wow.
He has gone. There have been issues of violence and so on and so forth. That drugs have clearly been ruling his life for the past, 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
It's a sad story.
Dog the Bounty Hunter is getting remarried.
Now, Kathy, your favorite, Dog the Bounty
to Francie Frame.
This is what I was waiting
Francie
for.
Frame.
Next week, they're going to get married. And TMZ reports that his daughters, Cecily and Bonnie Chapman, are not invited to the wedding.
That's a little disturbing. Little discord in the dog family.
Yeah, the pair theorized that it may be a personal issue and that they may remind him too much of his... late wife Beth. He doesn't want her there.
Is that any reason to not
He doesn't want them there because no, it sounds pretty stupid to me.
Here's a guy who seems he's pretty much together.
What could have gone wrong?
Yeah, with the mullet and the big sunglasses. And remember they had that whole racist comment thing?
God, I hated that show.
Yeah.
I just absolutely hated the fact that show was successful.
Lest we forget, it provided you with a great Halloween costume.
It was one of the best Halloween costumes that my wife and I ever took on. So I got to give him that.
On that level, like pawn stars, when they're actually doing the pawning, I love the show.
Yep.
When they're doing anything around it, which is obviously so orchestrated, it's horrible.
Hey, what are you doing with that sword over there? Let me show you how to use that thing.
Don't swing it like that. You're going to, you hit the sprinkler system. Wah, 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 wah.
That is exactly it. Yeah, but when he's actually when they're going through the items and discussing the history of them and the value of them, that's what I enjoy about that show.
He was out, they were looking at a Sherman tank, believe it or not.
No.
It was a great episode.
Wow.
God, you know what? So when Dog the Bounty Hunter was at its height, it actually inspired a couple of other shows to take people that kind of decided to use that type of dress, that appearance.
Right.
Do you remember... Possibly the stupidest thing I've ever seen was called Billy the Exterminator.
I do remember that.
Oh, my God. So he wore leather and all this stuff. And he would come in to clean it, to get rid of possums and so. Oh my!
He made Dog the Bounty Hunter look like Kelsey Grammer.
It was horrible. But that's what that explosion, that reality show explosion, led to Billy the Exterminator.
Who was the dude who would freehand fish for snapping turtles? He had his own show.
Oh yeah, I remember the show. That was a great show.
Like, the guy would just, in murky water, reach down and yank out snapping turtles.
I don't know why, man. I found that compelling.
Did you?
Oh, my God. Yeah,
Here he is.
I just said that was a great show. I'm
Turtle
wrong.
Man.
It was not a great show, but it was fun to watch.
The snapping turtle had more teeth than he did.
Yeah. I guess this guy got success because of the carp show where they did basically the same thing.
Really?
They put their hands into mud and pull out carp and stuff.
Turtle Man actually got his first starter funding. He worked closely with Elon Musk on the Tesla.
God, I remember seeing flipping around. I'm like, okay, here's a show about people. I mean, a reality show about people using metal detectors.
A lot of TV channels out there.
Wow. Okay.
In our history on the show, we've been approached a few times about a reality show, and man, oh man, it's
like that won't be interesting.
We're not that interesting.
No,
we're not. We don't hunt for snapping turtles.
No, but they might try to make us do something like that just to gain some interest.
With Bill standing on the roof, what you boys doing out there?
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we're ready to move on to the clips. So, in the present-day Candyman reboot, an artist who uses the urban legend as inspiration for his artwork spirals out of control and his sanity quickly deteriorates. In this clip, star Yahya Abdul-Mateen shares what he considered to be his own personal Candyman as a child.
Being afraid of the police, growing up, for all of the reasons that, history would tell us to be afraid. I remember driving in the car and it's like Okay, they go to police. Don't look. Police was like my Candyman. Growing up, other than the actual Candyman.
I brought you some candy.
Do we know who's playing Candyman in this one?
I don't know. Tony Todd was the actor who played Candyman in a number of the movies, all the movies, and did a great job. The first one is excellent. Is it he himself who plays the Candyman?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
He plays a guy named Anthony McCoy, Steve. I don't know if that is Candyman or not. But this guy was in Watchmen. He was the
he was Dr. Manhattan.
Dr. Manhattan.
Thank you, yeah.
Wow. That was a great show.
Yes.
Candyman hits theaters this Friday. Here's the next clip. The DC drama show Stargirl just kicked off its highly anticipated second season. In this clip, star Breck Basinger shares her experience with using a staff as a prop.
It was definitely a creative process trying to figure out how the staff was going to work, even from like the actual physicality of it. Like it started off as the beautiful intricate staff and it ended up just being a light beam that they visual effects and the details after.
Shut up, dummy.
New episode of Stargirl airs tonight, 8 p.m. on the CW.
I have not watched it.
When is The Boys returning? When is that happening? Do we have any idea?
We have actually, I believe, gone past the point where it would be back, but it should be any time soon because season 3 is highly anticipated.
Very much
I mean, it's been stellar. I'll tell you, they're bringing on some great new characters, and it looks really good, and I'm chomping. But I'm tired now. I'm tired of waiting for Stranger Things and The Boys and all this stuff.
Yep. All right, well,
I give up.
That is the entertainment report for today, my friends. We'll have more entertainment coming in the world of Hollywood tomorrow. But speaking of Hollywood, you know what we have? We have a screening Wednesday of Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings.
So I want to tell you what I've been hearing
King of Prussia, by the way,
about Shang-Chi is that it is funny in the way Thor Ragnarok was, exciting, amazing fights, the most action of any MCU movie yet, like amazing stuff, and a new super amazing character is born. I mean, obviously, this character's been around in the comics for years, but in the film
screen,
world, it's going to thunder.
All right, well, you know what we're going to do? We are going to take 5 callers right now, and we're going to give you those passes. So 7 p.m., UA King of Prussia hits theaters on Friday, September 3rd, but you get to go see Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings this Wednesday, 215-26... Wait, is that this Wednesday? No, September 1st.
Yep.
Next Wednesday, 215-263 WMMR. So 5 callers. Let's get you in the theater. All right, we'll take care of you. Let's take a break. Come back in a little bit. Vincent D'Onofrio's on the show. Larry the Cable Guy is joining us. We have Saloon 151 stopping in with some stuff to give away. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. Work this morning. Philadelphia has landed at the top of a national list.
Yeah.
So this is great. Philadelphia is known as number 1 in rodent sightings by homeowners and renters.
USA.
God, do you remember a few years ago? By the way, this was from the analysis of the 2019 Census Bureau housing data.
You know, sometimes you'll see them, Preston. They'll drop off those tiny census forms for the rats to fill out.
Right.
Yeah.
No, do you remember several years ago there was video inside a restaurant in Center City?
And it wasn't their fault. There was a break. There was a break in and it's a wonderful restaurant. There was a break in the sewage pipe underneath. Unbeknownst to them, and rats started coming out into the complex.
But I remember at that time, then you started getting more reports and a little bit of an expose on the rat issue in the city.
Well, what they said, Preston, in the article is that at the beginning of the pandemic, the rats who would normally hang out at the business where people were realized there was nothing going on.
Right.
So basically followed them home. So this is actually the amount of rats in residential settings has increased dramatically.
So, Steve, all the rats were hanging around the corner talking with each other, and they said, hey, what do you want to do?
What are we going to do?
Yeah, so they had to figure out something.
I can't find any freaking food.
Something to kill some time.
Hey, I got an idea. Let's go to where they live.
It says even before the pandemic, the Philadelphia metropolitan area took the undesirable distinction among the 15 most populated areas as having the highest percentage of residents who spotted rodents in their homes during the last 12 months. So
what about you
we
guys?
were already there.
Were you having you live right off a big farm field, though.
Right.
So do you have a lot of field mice that get into the house?
No, not into the house.
Okay.
I've never seen a rodent inside our house. I will. Every now and then I've seen one out in the yard, and I don't know if it was a mouse or a mole. You know, you just see a thing go by, but I assume they were mice. You know, somebody told me we mentioned this not that long ago. It's not a mole, but a different kind of burrowing rodent that can be. And I found out like our neighborhood had a little run of them.
Really?
I forgot it was something I had never heard of.
Okay,
but I wish I could be more clear on that, but I don't remember
panther?
what it was. No, it was not a panther.
In college, my boyfriend at the time, his house had squirrels in the roof.
Yeah.
So, but you would hear them like playing, like at night. You would. There was a slanted roof, and they would run down the slant and then crash almost into the wall, and then you'd hear them run back up. Like
they'd scurry back up.
Yeah, like they were playing, like they were going down a slide or something.
Yeah,
It was. I mean, listen, I was horrified now that I think about it, and I don't live in a house with squirrels. It's kind of funny that they were actually playing up there.
Kathy, you know, when you're trying to sleep and you're hearing that sound, and you're hearing anything, inside the walls, or it drives you crazy. But the fact that we have, and apparently, so any of you guys, Case, Kathy, do you have an issue with the vermin getting into the house?
No, but I do. I mean, I do have 2 cats, so.
Yeah.
But I mean, I feel like if they got it, I would have found something dead, right?
Yeah, Connor found a list of some rodents. It might have been a deer mouse that I was thinking above. Before. No, they don't. I don't think they have. We got an 8-pointer this week in my backyard.
What's the difference between a mouse and a vole? Do you know what a vole is?
No, that was it. There was voles. That's it.
Not moles, voles.
I had never heard of those before.
It's like a velevant.
It's like a what?
A velevant.
It's like an elephant with a
velevant.
All right. A velevant. That was it, Nick. It was a vole.
Yeah, I think a vole is just another kind of small rodent, but I'm not sure about that.
It seems a lot more like beefy, and a vole seems like a step down from a deer mouse.
A mole is, blind as a mole rat or whatever, and they'll burrow underground. Yeah, I mean,
I bet you mice don't associate with voles.
Well, you don't want to run with that crowd.
Your reputation.
We have to have traps around our house. We had rats one year. Which
really?
Was a pain in the ass.
Did you actually find a rat in the house?
Dude, and a rat trap is no joke, man. Those things are massive.
It might as well be a cat trap. They're so big.
They had to be set up out in the garage and around the garage. Yeah, and then the mouse traps are inside, and it sucks having to kill them, but you have to kill them.
Right. I forgot that we do have our exterminator that we use has put mouse traps out and around. So maybe that's why I don't see them. Maybe we get them. I don't know.
So we have 9 cats, and that's our mouse trap.
There you go.
Dude. Yes.
But I did. In fact, one night, not too long ago, a mouse made the critical mistake of getting into the house. And it was up in my room. Of course, of all the rooms, it's in my room. So I go in, and there's basically a convention of cats, Preston, in line. They look like the Rockettes, and they're looking at one corner of the room.
Right.
And I'm like, can I get this guy out? I'm going to try to free you, buddy.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't do it. I eventually had to go to sleep.
Over the winter, we had a pretty bad mouse problem down the shore, and we saw mouse droppings in our pantry, so we had to, Kathy, get rid of everything in the pantry. I mean, we threw away everything, and then we ended up getting Tupperware. So now everything that gets put in the pantry gets put in Tupperware. But we put out a bunch of poison for the mice.
You know what you could have done with the food, though, Case? I'm sure Nick would have taken it.
No, you're probably right, but I didn't feel like bringing it all back here.
It's nice of you to think of me, though.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
But, dude, Steve, they ate, I don't know how many mice there were. They ate all of the mouse poison. I mean, like, we set out 3 mouse
Are
poison
you kidding
traps.
me? Yeah.
All of it. So, like, God knows how many mice were there. And then also, Steve, they chewed the line from my dishwasher to the sink.
Yeah.
And I had no clue why the dishwasher was leaking until I took the dishwasher out from under I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me.
You try to take the humane, and I will use humane traps, but if you are infested and they're gnawing on things, Case, like, the line to your stove, you could have a major issue. Yeah.
Hang on a second here. We're getting a lot of people texting in about voles.
Voles.
And voles are, where was one that says, meadow voles are technically a field mouse. That's according to Exterminator.
I knew it.
Exterminator Joe. This one says, I get voles. They're like mini moles, star-shaped noses. My cat that passed away in March at 17 years old was a great rodent hunter. Dead bodies at least once a month in the front of my recliner. How often do you guys... well, your cats don't go outside, though, do they?
No, one does.
Okay.
And Mia is a champion mouser.
Yeah.
So I usually
every couple weeks or
every couple of days actually.
Every couple days.
It'll nail. And again, it's the cat's doing what the cat's going to do.
Right.
Yeah.
How would Billy the Exterminator take care of a vole?
That's what I was wondering. He'd blow up the house, probably.
I got an extermination issue over in Harleysville.
By the way, in the Philadelphia region, nearly 19% of housing units reported sightings of mice or rats, a higher share than roughly the 11% that reported sightings in the New York metro area.
So we're beating New York, which is routinely cited as rat mecca. That's where Pizza Rat was from.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely correct. Hang on, I want to go. Hang on. Mike wants to comment on moles. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Yeah, hey, how you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Mike?
Voles. Voles are the biggest pain in the ass. You never want to get voles. Rats and mice are easy to get rid of. Voles, you have to have a cat or a lion or a lion.
So Mike, why are voles so difficult? Voles so difficult to get rid of?
They burrow into they dig little holes in your lawn, and they eat the grass roots.
Yeah, the roots.
The dreaded vole hole.
No, somebody.
They eat the roots of certain plants. I've got these forever roses out there, and they just keep eating the crap out of them, and it just stunts their growth.
So we're looking at a picture here in the studio, Mike, of a split screen, and one side is showing mole damage, and the grass is still pretty much intact. There are a couple of mole holes, and then on the other side it says vole damage, and yet that area is devastated
Because they eat the roots of the grass. Yeah.
Right. They eat the roots of the grass, and it just kills all the grass. But mole. They burrow, and the ground is raised slightly from the tunnels because they're so big, and they eat grubs. If you get rid of your grubs, you get rid of the mole.
Wait, they eat grubs?
Yeah.
Moles eat grubs.
Okay.
Yes, moles will eat grubs, and you could see a mole mound because it's raised. Right. As they tunnel through, the dirt goes up.
So the mole mounds that are next to the vole holes is where they're eating the grubs, Preston.
Right. And what happens is the vole will go into the mole burrows.
Oh, my God.
Right.
A vole will go into a mole hole?
What about the troll hole?
No, not the troll hole. That's a whole different story.
What about Hope Solo's butthole?
No, but they're just a pain in the ass to get rid of. I've been trying for years to get rid of them. There used to be this cat that lives next door. The people moved. They took their cat, and the voles have just exploded because. Trust me.
Yeah, no, I never heard of
did,
this.
did you ever try calling in an exterminator, or have you just been doing it on your own?
Yeah, you know what? And all they do is just yank your chain and say, yeah, well, I could do this and I could do that. And all they're doing is just sucking money at it. They make your money disappear.
But have you ever actually paid that money to see if it works?
No, listen,
Okay.
I tried everything. I tried mouse poison, rat poison. They won't eat it. Somebody told me, I was even out there one night. My wife said, "You're crazy." I look like an idiot. I'm out there. Somebody told me to get juicy fruit gum and break it up into little pieces.
Oh my God, that's amazing!
I'm on my hands and knees, breaking up juicy fruit gum.
That's so great.
You get your trap shined up, grab a stick of juicy fruit.
The voles are gonna move
You
you.
go back into the house before the neighbors call the cops or something because they think you're nuts.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they would.
Okay.
I mean,
Are you out there with your gum?
Just out here planting juicy fruit.
Your stupid juicy fruit.
Okay.
Well,
Wow.
You know what? And that's what an exterminator told me. He says, try juicy fruit gum. He says,
Dude, it was a prank. It was a practical joke because you wouldn't hire him.
Well,
All right, here's what you need to do. You go outside and you shove tampons in each of those holes, and then you set them on fire. I got this guy on the hook.
The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go out. I'm going to get some night vision goggles. I'm going to get my stepson's 22, and I'm going to go, sit in the lawn chair out there at night.
Well,
and just shoot them as they come out.
What you may want to try to do, though, is get a reputable exterminator who can take care of the problem.
Thanks for all the vole.
Instead of a juicy fruit representative.
The vole information, buddy.
No, and you know what?
My exterminator works for Wrigley.
Yeah, but speaking of exterminators, I need to know, because our mouse issue this past winter was so bad, and I hope we killed them all, but I'd like to know how to prevent what happened this past winter. Because it was bad and it was gross.
You're looking at what you can do to deter them. Now, what happens obviously is temperature changes are going to cause.
Yeah.
That now again.
No, we've also there have been.
You have a cat.
No, we had to kill both our cats.
Okay.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
They had to try the new nail gun.
No, the last cat we had to kill right as COVID was taken off. Yeah, he was sick.
I had to make sure the nail gun worked before.
I don't want to waste wood.
Right.
But it cost a lot of money to do that, so I had to choke him out myself, Kathy. It was
oh my goodness,
terrible. No. Listen, I did not choke out my cat.
No. You guys had a safe word.
We had. I did. There was a crawl space in my house that there was kind of an open space.
Yeah. Right,
and
right.
I think, so when we had the concrete work done.
Right. Yes.
We had them block that up.
So our exterminator came in, Casey, and she used foam, and she found as many openings as she could on the outside and filled in. And it's not
That's what you do. That's
but,
what you do, though.
You know, it has helped prevent any mice from getting into the house. So I maybe something like that would help with the beach house.
A lot of people are backing up our callers'
juicy
fruit claim, saying yes, it's true. Juicy fruit gum, they can't digest it, and it kills them.
What about Big League Chew?
Somebody said juicy fruit 100% works, and yeah, there's a few of them.
So kiss a little longer.
I don't know why it would be that gum in particular. Yeah, not Big Red or Fruit Stripe.
Fruit Stripe is really good.
Yeah,
I used to love Fruit Stripe.
I know, when you were a kid.
Yeah,
I would just swallow it. I would just eat it.
Of course, it was fruit. It has fruit in the name.
It would lose its flavor in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, it was good for a good 10 seconds.
Let me go to some other callers here. I'm going to go to Joe. Hi, Joe. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
What's up, Joe?
How you making out?
Good, man. All right, so
I got rats in my backyard, and I think when the exterminator comes and baits, they come for more bait.
Oh, you think that they're calling them in to your house,
yeah,
huh?
I'm telling you, every time my neighbor, it's a very community thing now because everybody's seeing them. Because in the last couple of years, they've been doing work.
Yeah.
They're tearing stuff up.
God, you guys
finding
should...
their way down. I have a creek out back of my house.
Joe, when they start to do work in an area, when they start to do any excavation or anything like that, you're going to upset all that, and you will have you will have the issue increase. Have you noticed a market increase in the amount of rats you're seeing?
Yeah. I mean, the last couple of weeks I haven't been seeing too many because Well, my wife told me to stop because I was
Stop
shooting
looking!
in my backyard.
Stop it!
And well, the bird shot. It was very harmless. And I used a BB gun too, but I actually watched them get caught in the rat traps a couple times. I caught 4 during the day.
Yeah.
And they were good-sized rats.
Joe's walking out with a 12-pack and a lawn chair. Just sit there and watch the rat traps.
With bird shot and a shotgun, unloading it into the lawn. Yeah, no, I hear you, man. It's weird because, what are you going to do? Eventually, like Casey, you're saying, if you start getting overrun,
right?
You're fighting an uphill battle.
Casey's got mice. I got rats.
Yeah.
Yeah, rats are a different animal,
Well, he's
man.
a dog.
Literally, they are.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, we have whales. Oh, that's a different animal.
That is a whole different animal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're if you have to eat them, you could eat them, but I wouldn't eat a poisoned one.
No, they say, and that's on the label, do not eat poisoned rats.
All right, good luck with that,
dogs
Joe.
love 'em.
All right, the boys love them?
Yeah, the dog.
Daddy, do
the
we have any
dogs.
more of
That's
those
the
poisoned
boys.
rats?
Yeah, my dog will go out. She tries to dig underneath the shed, and she can't fit her fat little body under the for me.
Well,
It's a big hole trying to get to them.
All right, thanks, Joe. We appreciate
All right,
it.
have a good day, guys.
All right,
You
see
too.
ya.
Have a good one.
By the way, somebody texted in and asked if we could please make this rodent segment, if we could please name it the Volbeat.
Oh, my God. That's great.
That's pretty good.
I do like that. All right, let me go. If you're just tuning in, Philadelphia ranked number 1 in rodent sightings. There's your Volbeat. This is our theme song for it.
It's my favorite
This
song.
Lola Montez? Is that the name of the song? Yeah. All right, hang on. Let me go to Dave next. Yo, Dave, good morning, sir.
Hello.
Hello. What's up, Dave?
Nothing. I'm just dropping my kid off at her mother's.
All right, thanks for calling, bud. Take care. No, what do you want, bud?
I had lived and renovated a house out in the country in Chester Springs, and I had a boxer and a chihuahua. In the middle of the house was the dog food. Our bedroom is at one end. I had a pool table room at the other. The rat was climbing through the pool table room. There was an opening in the wall that was unfinished, stealing the dog food in the middle of the night and then scurrying off.
Okay. Right. Without ever playing pool.
I would hear this thing, yeah, right. I would hear this thing, and I'd get up, and I'd try and catch them, whatever. So at the pool table room, at that end of the house, there was a, washer dryer. So I start smelling something. So I pull the washer and dryer out. You could literally fit as much dog food in the 5-gallon bucket. So I hire a pest control guy.
So wait 1 second. The rat was moving the dog food behind the washer dryer?
It was literally hoarding it.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
It was filthy. So I got a pest control guy. Rather than traps, he sprinkled this powder around the entrance where they were climbing through.
It was powdered juicy fruit.
It was powdered dope.
Okay.
Anyway, so I go, what if the rat what if the rat dies in the walls or whatever? So he's like, well, we don't want that. So about a week goes by. I couldn't take the rats anymore. It was, creepy and gross and all that. I smelled in the pool table room. I had a recliner, so I smell this awful smell. So I moved the recliner, and there's a rat the size of a chihuahua with maggots crawling out of it.
Oh. Ooh.
All right, it was worth the wait.
That's gnarly.
I had 8 acres, so I took a shovel, gagged a little bit, and flung it in the front yard for a coyote or whatever wanted to eat it.
I'll just throw this out in the front yard.
Yeah.
Well,
Let the coyotes eat it. What do I do with this maggot rat? Feed it to the coyote.
In the front
In
yard.
the front yard. Do we have them in the back? And the neighbors are going to want to see this. Oh, wow. Dude, that is a horrible story.
Were you able to rid the problem? Did the poison do it? Did that get rid of all of them?
There were 2. They were dead. There was constant mice from all the farms around the area, but they did build a house on the uphill side behind mine, and I noticed once they built that, it did stir up all the little rodents.
Yep, that'll do it. That'll do it.
All right, thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
That's the big fear, Preston, is when you, like with a mouse or anything gets in the house, if it does die somewhere and starts rotting,
Listen, the grossest thing, I think the grossest thing I've ever seen in my life, I was probably in like 6th grade. All right, so we were moving, so we were staying in an apartment for the time being. And so a woman, I was stepping out of the apartment, and a woman said, "Will you do me a favor?
Right.
There's a dead mouse over here, and my daughter won't come outside because it's there. It's scared.
Right.
She's a little girl. Would you mind getting rid of that for us?" I'm like, "Lady, I'm in like 6th grade. You're an adult." No, but anyways, I said yes. So I grab a tissue, I go over and I pick it up by its tail. As I pick it up, it rotates around. Its entire stomach was gone and was filled with writhing maggots.
Jesus Christ.
And it stunk unbelievably.
You cannot believe how bad it smells.
Of just decay, and I immediately started gagging. It was probably the grossest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I'm holding it in my hand, looking at these writhing maggots, and it was just, enjoy your breakfast sandwich on the way into work this morning, by the way, gang.
Maggots just add another level of grossness to anything.
It's when you really care, you add maggots.
Right.
Wait, but that last long rat story reminded me of remember the possum that was in my parents' house?
Yeah.
And
Stole the dog food.
It
was a cat food.
It was the cat food,
okay.
and they were like, the cat isn't eating.
Yeah,
he's
was losing
so
weight.
much weight.
Right.
Like this might be the end. And they eventually realized it was the possum that was eating all the cat food. And also, remember we had an exchange student at the time.
Yes.
And my dad was blaming the exchange student for the crap that was all over the bathroom and like smeared on the walls. He was like, "I think it's Mike," and my mom was like, "I don't think Mike's smearing crap on the bathroom
What kind
wall."
of country does he come from?
It's a
where he
European
smears
thing.
crap. I have this image of your dad with a robe and the paper under his arm, walking to the bathroom as the door opens up and the possum comes out. "Hey, how you doing?"
Hang on a second. Going back to the juicy fruit thing, we have
The taste is gonna move ya.
we have John, who's an exterminator. Hi, John. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good, man. All right, so this juicy fruit thing being a poison, I guess it was for rodents in your yard. Tell us about that.
Well, it's not moles. It's molds. And mind you, somebody told me this years ago, another technician, and apparently a mole cannot swallow it, so he gags and dies.
So, all right. So, John, just to clarify, I'm sorry. You're saying the juicy fruit will not work with voles, but will work with moles.
Moles, yeah.
Okay.
So it doesn't work with voles. Voles are a complete nightmare. Most exterminators cannot take care of it.
No kidding.
If people want to take care of it on their own, they can use snap traps in their yard.
Right.
But voles will leave little runways all over the grass. And
right.
They come out during the day, too. So if you're sitting outside with a 22 at night, you're never going to shoot them.
Okay.
Now, I usually sit outside with my 22.
At night?
Yeah.
Just hanging out. Hey, so with the juicy fruit thing, if you were to try to do this yourself, like how much gum are we talking do you need to throw around your yard?
Well, the tough thing with moles is one mole's going to cover such a huge area. They're very territorial, so you don't get a family of moles. You get one mole.
A lone mole.
You have to figure out what tunnels they're actually using.
Okay.
So,
that's too much work.
It's a lot of work, and I don't even know if the gum actually works. It's just something I was told.
Okay. What about lifesavers?
I don't know.
All right.
That might work. Might actually save their life, though.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, John.
Because they're lifesavers.
Appreciate it. All right. I want to go to this call. Kathy, this will make your skin crawl. I'm going to go to Mary. Hi, Mary. Good morning.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, Mary. What's going on?
Okay. Me and my ex-boyfriend at the time was living in an apartment in Philadelphia, and we were asleep, and I woke up, and I felt something rolling out my hair. Mm-hmm. and then
no.
I was half asleep thinking, now I'm dreaming. So then my ex said, "Mare, don't move. There's a mouse on your head eating your hair."
Eating your hair?
Eating? Let me ask you, do you shampoo with mango coconut?
That is awful. Did you freak out?
I freaked out. The next day I was telling all the neighbors. Someone said, "Oh, it probably was pregnant."
What?
They tend, when they're pregnant, they tend to go into bed. No, I never heard of such a thing.
Yes, you know the old story: pregnant mouse in bed, sailor's delight. I've never heard that, but I mean, how did you possibly? Did you use that bed the next night? I mean, how would you possibly go to sleep after having that experience?
It was hard. It was hard.
I would imagine.
I did. We moved eventually. But yes, it was a terrible experience. I'll never forget it.
Also, the explanation on it really doesn't matter. Like whether or not the mouse was pregnant. Ultimately, the mouse is still chewing on your hair.
It could just be a slutty single mouse.
You're right. Yeah.
All right, Mary. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Somebody texts in, my wife puts bars of original scent Irish Spring soap around to keep the mice out, and it works. I thought she was nuts.
I've heard that.
Manly, yes, but I like it too.
The Irish Spring and then a bounce sheet.
Yes, I've heard bounce sheets. I've never heard of Irish Spring.
Really?
What is it about Irish Spring? Is there any conjecture as to why Irish Spring would repel mice?
Legend?
I don't know. It does have a strong
Have you
scent.
heard the story of the mice in the Irish Spring?
No. And the bounce sheets, I didn't know that.
That helps stop static clings.
So you leave them around and it keeps mice away?
What I've heard is that you listen, this is all anecdotal, but stuff the bounce sheets into the holes where they might be getting into the home.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, like the scent and the texture will repel the mice.
Stuff the bounce sheets in and then seal the opening with juicy fruit.
There you go. Problem solved.
And then swing a dead rooster over your head while standing in a pentagram.
Wow. All right, hang on a second. Somebody wants to recommend something to you, Casey. I have Caleb on the line. Caleb, good morning.
Hey, good morning, it.
Hey, good morning, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so really simple trap. If you go on Amazon, look for a plank mouse trap. Casey, this is perfect for your storehouse because it resets itself automatically, and all you need is to smear a little bit of peanut butter on the tip of the plank.
Yeah, we have those actually.
They're awesome, Preston.
Yeah.
So it is basically just like a board, like as he said, a plank going up to a bucket. At the top of the bucket, there's some peanut butter inside, sort of a little amphitheater-looking thing.
Mm-hmm.
They walk over to it. When they do, it tilts and they fall into the bucket.
All right.
Is that what you're talking about, Caleb?
Well, it's misleading. So they think they can crawl out onto the peanut butter and eat it, but they just slip off the plank, and they don't actually eat anything. They fall into the bucket. So you can fill it with water and make it lethal, or just leave it, empty, and they won't die unless you don't get to them in time.
Right.
Okay.
The other thing you can do is spray some mint oil around. That's supposed to repel them because it's such a strong smell that they don't like it.
Okay.
All right, so mint oil and/or this. Casey, you said you've tried the plank bucket. This is Ed Preston in the video here.
No, not that. I thought it was something else.
Casey,
looks like fun.
These are supposed to be very effective. Yeah. And there's a rat. Jesus Christ. It can't fit in the hole.
So gross.
Wow. No, that looks pretty cool.
And it looks humane. If you don't fill it with water, and then just what you do is to go over and dump it in your neighbor's yard.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
not really worried
Front yard.
about humane.
Yeah, so the coyotes can kill it.
You're not down with the humane?
No.
Get rid of them.
They
They're
didn't
vermin.
care. They didn't care about chewing lines through my dishwasher.
Yes.
So I don't give
Somebody
a crap
walked out
about
of
them.
Ratatouille, I can tell.
Interesting. Well, these may be viable options for many people, as our fair city has ranked number one in rodent sightings from homeowners and renters. And this is according to an analysis of 2019 Census Bureau housing data.
Yeah.
So there we are.
Yay
number
for
one.
us.
Top of the list once again. So, all right. Let us take a break and come back in a moment. I got some stories. You're going to love them. The Bizarre File is on the way. Saloon 151, has stopped by this morning. And your table is ready at Saloon 151 in downtown Westchester, where you can enjoy $3 Stella Artois all day on Saturdays. Ooh. And I tell you what, got a $25 gift card. We'll take caller number 18. 'Tis yours. 215-263 WMMR. Coming back in a moment. Stay with us. find that says, good morning. One of your top fans, Mendy from Newark, Delaware, is celebrating a birthday today. I texted last night asking for you to send a shout out for her today. Bam Bam told me to call in, but I'm hoping this email will work just fine. She's a fabulous woman, and to know her is to love her. Give her a birthday shout out, and that is from Stacy McIntosh. So there is a shout out
for
Mendy.
My shirt page
It says Mendy, by the way. I said Mandy. I wonder if that's a typo, or if her name is Mendy, Mendy, or maybe it's Wendy.
You may have exposed an issue here, Preston. I may have to go with this one.
What's up? Something wrong with your
my chart page? I'm going to have to do a little searching here.
Is that your instant replay sound effect unit?
It is my no, it's my touchscreen, my Zeta. Setup, and my charts should be for. I'm gonna have to reclaim my chart page.
We'll work on that during a commercial break. In the meantime, we have this, my friend.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, let's get into it. I got some stories to share. We will begin with this one. A dog sitter thought that a moose she saw earlier in the day in a Colorado yard was gone. And when she thought the coast was clear of the moose and its two calves, a 79-year-old woman took the dog outside on a leash, and the moose attacked her.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
So a neighbor saw the moose repeatedly stomping on the wall.
Oh my God! I mean, they can kill you easily. They're huge.
They are pretty damn deadly if you encounter one and surprise them. The woman, who officials did not name, had severe injuries from the attack. She was taken to the hospital in a helicopter. Area wildlife manager Matt Yamashita said this incident was no fault of her own. Conflicts with moose can happen, even when you follow the best practices for living in moose habitat. The moose was likely trying to protect its calves. People in the area saw the moose and calves wandering the neighborhood before the attack. Neighbors have spotted several other moose in the same area, which could make it difficult to locate the moose that attacked the woman, and wildlife officials called off the search for that moose until they have new information. But yeah.
Have you ever been in proximity to an actual full-grown male moose?
I did in, I think it was a female, but in Yellowstone.
Right.
I was fishing, and one walked out. It was a shallow river, walked across the river where I was, and I was probably 80 yards or so away from it. Close enough for me to go, oh my God.
Holy hell.
There's a moose right there.
I was within 20 yards of a female moose and her calf.
No kidding.
It was awesome. Yeah, I was walking up Mount Washington. It was badass.
All right. This is pretty wild, man. A Texas paraplegic Afghanistan war veteran managed to survive a harrowing parachute accident after his two chutes failed to deploy.
Both chutes.
During a skydiving jump.
Holy crap.
Michael Vasquez, 33 years old, known as Wheelchair Skydiver on social media, was making what should have been a routine jump at Skydive Spaceland in Dallas when a malfunction led to him being hospitalized. Vasquez said, everything was great up until I pulled my main chute and I had something called a bag lock, which means the main parachute stayed inside the bag that is supposed to be to deploy out of.
See, I would never want that.
The main chute went through the wheelchair tire and sent him spinning. Vasquez tried to deploy his reserve chute, but it failed, leaving him to continue falling. He said, at that point, I was kind of like, well, I'm coming in pretty hot, pretty fast. And I was just kind of freaking out and screaming all the way down like, no, this can't be it. I thought I was going to die. Fortunately, the main chute opened up enough to slow him down, slow his fall just enough for him to survive.
So he's in a wheelchair?
Yep. He's a paraplegic. So Vasquez was falling at 12 miles an hour when he hit the ground, shattering his femur and fracturing parts of his spine. I've seen where chute failures where they will spin really fast. But they're slowing down, just enough. They're still going really fast, but enough to save their lives. He said of the lucky escape, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. If it's your time, it's your time. It's the same mindset I had when I was in Iraq. He had been a static line jumper when he served in the Army and been deployed to Afghanistan in 2009. During his service, he was hit by a rocket-propelled grenade, which caused him to require the use of a wheelchair. And he has since completed more than 200 jumps and added it as a way for him to feel free again. But this one nearly killed him, man.
God bless, but no. I'd give it up.
Listen to this. A California Chevrolet dealership has let a customer trade in his 2021 C8 Corvette for a new 2022 model after a mechanic had used the supercar in a 148-mile-per-hour street race against a Dodge Charger earlier this month.
So they were working on the car, and the technician took it out for a race.
After a family-owned dealership's mechanic fixed a spark plug in a customer's C8 Corvette, a routine repair, by the way, he then used it in the impromptu street race. But the mechanic was busted because the car has what's called the Performance Data Recorder Valet Mode, which recorded the 148-mile-per-hour joyride in incriminating video footage. So to make up for his employee's lack of indiscretion, the owner of the dealership, Ender Dojan, had offered the car's owner an upgrade to a 2022 Corvette, taxes included. They both confirmed the 2022 model has been ordered and submitted for production.
That's how you keep a customer.
Yeah, the mechanic who took the car for the race has not been named, and it's unclear what discipline he faced over the joyride.
It's straight out of Ferris Bueller.
Yep. A suspect led police on a multi-state chase this past Thursday. According to police, the suspect woke up in the morning in Kansas City and realized that he had a court appearance in St. Louis. That's about a 5-hour drive.
Uh-oh.
Officers said that he didn't have a way to get to St. Louis, so he stole a car. Police did not mention where he stole the car from. En route to St. Louis for his court date in the stolen vehicle, he hit 2 other vehicles while he was being pursued by police. The drivers of those vehicles were not hurt, but officers eventually placed spike strips, and the suspect ultimately was taken into custody in Illinois. So it ended up being a 3-state spree that he went through.
So he's committing this crime spree to get to a court date.
Correct. Didn't work out either.
No.
All right.
Priorities, people.
And we'll do one more story and then wrap it up. A coroner has described the death of a barmaid as one of the most unusual cases he had ever presided over. Jackie Cottrill, 52 years old, was found strangled by her pajamas on the oven at home after making her nephew a sandwich. Mystery prevails over how her clothes became caught on the door, but the coroner, James Adderley, described it as extraordinarily bad luck. He said it's very unusual that someone who was fit and well managed to suspend themselves accidentally from the oven door. What appears to have happened is that for some reason she had fallen and caught her pajama top on the lower handle of the oven door. He said, I can't explain how she ended up in this position. It's a very unusual case, and in my 20 years of doing this, I've never come across this happening before. So somehow or another, it twisted her clothing and it asphyxiated her.
So people will actually hang themselves off of doorknobs. You know, you don't have to be suspended from the ceiling.
Right. Her death was ruled accidental.
Wow.
So, wow, it's terrifying.
I bet you Vol did it.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Actor Vincent D'Onofrio will be joining us around 9 o'clock. We also have Larry the Cable Guy.
Yes.
Larry's going to be out near Harrisburg at the Hollywood Casino at Penn National Racecourse, so we'll chat with him and get into a few other things as well. Be back in a moment. Stay with us. Police sources said he was possibly under the influence when he attempted the fatal flip on the 5th floor. There you go, Steve. Crystal, who co-founded Evolution Spirits Incorporated a few years back as part of a new brand development challenge, was known for his creativity and desire for adventure.
Well, he got it.
Yeah, man.
It's
wow.
sad.
Yeah.
Listen, over the course of this weekend, I must have gone through, and I don't send some of them to you, Preston, because they become so redundant now, of selfies, of people falling off cliffs, of people grabbing a picture, of people, on the, I don't know, this reckless need for, and mind you, he was probably, as you say, he was a little tanked up. He was doing a backflip. He thought he was safe.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the amount of people who are dying just from these bizarre incidents is increasing like crazy.
Dude, he's just doing a backflip.
Just doing a backflip. Yeah.
All right, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Is he in the suite or he's just on the balcony? Does he fall out of the stadium or into like where the general population was?
I tried to find out the specifics, and none of the articles I saw expanded on that. But whatever it was enough to kill him.
Yeah, I don't know. Because if you're on a balcony, chances are you're going to fall down on people below you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know what the story was or where exactly this took place in the building. But
he died.
He was on a balcony, and he did his backflip and fell, and boom, man. Wow. Crystal, by the way, who earned his bachelor's in business at the University of Maryland, managed several liquor brands over the years, including Absolute Vodka, Malibu Rum, and Stoli Vodka as well. So, he was an industry professional. He served as the lead on multiple brands and artist collaboration projects, working with entertainers like Jay-Z, Swedish House Mafia, Neo, and Brooklyn and Spike Lee. In 2014, he co-founded Evolution Spirits Incorporated. The venture was part of a brand development challenge aimed to support the National Geographic drinking show Chug. And as part of the competition, Evolution Spirits launched Monkey Room, a 91-rated barrel-aged Caribbean rum made from natural ingredients that Crystal said is designed to sip. And so he was at the Dead & Company concert at Citi Field on Friday night during the intermission around 9 p.m. He attempted the backflip, falling off a balcony at least 2 stories and landing on concrete. So he may have been that far up, but it says he fell at least 2 stories. But
again, come on.
Yeah,
it's a sad story. The woman that I was talking about, Preston, I think she was an influencer, and she was doing a TikTok video, and she was up on the roof, and they were getting all these angles of her off the edge, and then she fell like 120 feet.
They took him to New York Presbyterian Queens Hospital via ambulance, and he was pronounced dead.
Man.
Now, on a nicer note involving Dead & Company, Marissa said at the show, which was at Citizens Bank Park, I think it rained, and then magically, miraculously, a rainbow appeared over the crowd.
Yeah. Your timelines didn't fill up with all those photos, guys?
No.
I did see a lot of them. And I actually didn't realize how many of my friends were at that show because the rainbow went across. They did actually have to end the show early a little bit for the rain.
So what's the story? If it's rain alone or if it's lightning?
I think it's lightning because the night before I was at that Green Day, Fall Out Boy, Weezer, Hella Mega show, and it poured. It poured, and the bands played on.
Hey, what night was this show?
The Dead was on Saturday.
It was Saturday.
Rainbow.
Yes.
Oh my God.
August 21st. Nothing, really big then.
Somebody's
Happy
birthday. Yeah.
Things. But yeah, the night before, Friday night, Hella Mega, it poured rain during Fall Out Boy and Green Day. I was just talking to our Kristen down the hallway because she was at it too, and she was on the floor, and she said all of her people she was with, all of her friends, left to go get beer, and she's like, nah, I'll just stay here. And that's exactly when the skies opened up. So all of her friends came back dry, and she was soaking wet. And I felt bad because at the end of the show, I saw all of these people leaving the field with their concert posters that were just destroyed.
Decimated.
That sucks.
What really in the hell?
Yeah.
I got a question about rainbows because it's called a rainbow because it bows, right?
Yes.
All right. So the other day when I was driving, I saw it was a blob of rainbow, right? So there was no bow to it.
Oh, really?
It was just a thing in the sky. Is that called a rain blob? What is that
rain
called?
blob. So sometimes you will get that prism reflected on like a cloud, like a little piece of cloud,
right?
Or there's a gap or something, and it's small, and you just see a little sliver of those colors. I don't know if that has a name or not, but I see that from time to time. I like rainbow.
Yeah, let's go with rainbow.
I think that's pretty cool.
I think when you see them from a plane, you can see the entire circle, and that's still called a rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think that what you saw is still called
That's
a
a
rainbow.
plane bob.
It's a plane bob?
Plane bob.
Yeah. When you see them from up above, though, it's pretty neat.
It is amazing to see. I have seen a rainbow from a plane, and I've seen St. Elmo's Fire on a plane, which is pretty cool.
That's got to be
I've seen a grown man pleasure a camel.
I was down the shore, and they had the Barefoot Country Music Festival, and I had a pass to go to it. I didn't step anywhere near that stupid thing. I could not. And Press, I was talking to you about it, and you said, no, I'd rather.
Well, I'm not a football fan, and I don't go to football games, and it's one of the last things I want to do. It's just who I am, and I told Casey I'd rather go to a football game than to go to that show.
And but listen, Carrie Underwood was playing, Skinner played on Sunday night, Zach Brown. These are some acts that I actually
care about.
Well, not necessarily
adore and love.
I don't necessarily know Carrie Underwood. She does that one, that Louisville Slugger to the both taillights or whatever.
She's very attractive.
I like it, that song.
Yeah, actually, has a great voice. I don't care for country music, but vocal-wise, she can sing. Yeah.
But I saw an overhead picture of what it all looked like, and I was like, no, I don't want to, because it was all puddly in the sand.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't mud.
Listen, I there's my tolerance level. We were talking about the Woodstock 1999 documentary that's on HBO. Mud, wet.
Oh yeah,
no,
forget it.
Done.
Yeah.
Going home.
So some of the remnants of Henri was coming up the coast, and which made it a little bit funky. But
I almost thought I had to go. So John from Sequoia Outback, he is a huge Zach Brown fan.
Yes.
And so he went and saw him in Hershey over the weekend, and he was going to come down, and I thought I was going to have to go with him.
Why would you have to go?
Well, because we
asked him to go.
He asked me to go.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to say no. I didn't want to disappoint. And he was going to ride down, by himself, so I didn't want him to be by himself. But then he had second thoughts on it on Sunday morning. I was like, oh, thank God.
Well, Casey, if you do get stuck going to a Zach Brown show, it's very fun.
I've been to a Zach Brown show.
It's like a rock show.
No, I know.
will say that.
Yeah, I've definitely heard about it.
But did you guys see the golden sky on Saturday night, wherever you were?
Mm-hmm.
It was magnificent. I was actually having dinner under the Shambles in Queen Village, and we all kind of looked around and we're like, is it really golden around us? And then we stepped outside.
Oh my God.
And
oh my God, golden sky. So how gold was that golden sky?
Beautiful enough to stop eating dinner and do a whole photo shoot.
Wow. Okay. Oh, I did see your pictures. Yes, it was golden. Yeah.
Let's get pictures. No, I remember there being a nice sunset, but I didn't go outside and admire the golden sky. Yes.
Oh, those golden skies.
But nonetheless, yes, there was a rainbow over Citizens Bank Park during the Dead show. That probably was fairly magical for anybody who was tripping or whatever.
Unbelievable.
So, so rock on. All right, I did notice a couple other things.
More from the noticer.
This one via Steve Morrison. He sent me the article about this, but Harold Carmichael, when he was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, he got up there and made a pitch for Dick Vermeil. He had said, "Coach, I hope you're in the next class of inductees. You deserve it, and you got a lot of guys that are pulling for you right now." Of course, he's referring to the Eagles players that played for Dick Vermeil in the 70s and 80s. And Vermeil is one of 7 head coaching finalists for the class of 2022. Along with Mike Holmgren, Dan Reeves, Marty Schottenheimer, Don Coryell, Buddy Parker, and Clark Shaughnessy. And odds are that he's probably one of the favorites.
That'd be great.
Of those to make it into the Hall of Fame.
Preston, every time the name Dick Vermeil is mentioned, do you have the same memory?
I know exactly what you're going to say.
What is it?
Camp Out for Hunger.
Yeah. Yes.
When we first started doing the Camp Out for Hunger, it was at the old Adams Mark Hotel, and in the parking lot, our RV was situated below. Actually, it was across the parking lot, but it was what we would wake up and see first thing when we step out the door was a gigantic dick on a billboard.
Yeah.
Dick Vermeil, that is. And so, that's what I'll always think of. But apparently a committee of 5 Hall of Fame selectors are going to hold a Zoom meeting today, and they get to nominate one of those 7, and the nominee will then need the approval of 80% of the Hall's full 48-member selection board, which will meet in Los Angeles in February at the Super Bowl to vote on the entire class of 2022. But whoever is nominated this week almost certainly will get the necessary 80% approval in February. So Dick Vermeil is up for that.
I'd like to.
And there are rumblings that he could be the favorite to be chosen.
I'd love to see him get it, Case. I'm sure you would as well, right?
That would be great. That would be great. I'm looking at the other coaches that are, possibly up for consideration. I think maybe only one I would say is close, and that would be like Mike Holmgren. But
hey, what did you think of Greg Kinnear's performance of him in Invincible?
I thought it was great.
I thought he was excellent.
He was
really
terrific.
great.
Yes,
Yeah.
I love that movie. Is it a perfect movie? No, but it hits at the heart of the fandom, and it's wonderfully done.
It's one that I don't give it its due respect. I think it's a great movie.
Yeah,
I, really
I can't believe it took me years to realize that it was called Invincible.
I know.
I was like,
dude, that was like me with WandaVision.
Yeah.
Okay? I was thinking, oh, wow, they're giving Wanda all the spotlight here. It's a show. It's WandaVision. Dumbass. Vision's the other person in the couple.
Vision's really getting a short shrift on this
God,
one.
I'm a moron.
Why did they call this movie Patton?
Right. It happens.
The Godfather. What does that mean?
So before they do the voting, coaches were in the same pool with modern era players. In the previous 13 years, just two coaches, Tony Dungy and Bill Parcells, had been inducted. Two coaches, Jimmy Johnson and Bill Cowher, were selected in 2020 under this new format that they have.
I can't believe Tony Dungy's in and not.
Did I say Dungy?
You did.
Okay.
But that's okay. You don't.
A Dungy is a toilet in Australia.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Did I ever tell you guys I wanted to my parents to change my name to Harold when I was a kid?
Yes.
Every day.
It was your favorite player, right, growing up?
But not only that, but there was a girl in my class, and her name was Stacy. And it was always like, Casey and Stacy, Stacy and Casey. And I hated that. And so Harold Carmine, and Harold was a football player for the Eagles. And
There
I
were
was like,
two reasons why you wanted to change your name.
I
That's
was like,
terrific.
I think we have the sequel to Invincible right here.
Right?
Casey and
Stacy, Stacy.
I sat next
It
to.
haunted him all the days of his life because a girl named Stacy was in his class. Stacy Casey, Stacy Casey, Stacy Casey. But then a young therapist entered his world and changed everything for the better. Hi, I'm Kathy Romano, and I want you to change your name to Harold.
Problem solved. Movie over.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. It's not a very long movie.
No. It's a feel-good story, most definitely.
From the producers of Invincible.
Wait, Case, real quick. Did you ever meet Harold?
Never.
Oh, man, that's too bad.
But I did meet Dick Vermeil one time outside. I was at some sort of a function, and my memory of Dick Vermeil is he pulls up in a Porsche, and he gives the keys to the valet, and the valet did not know how to drive a stick.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So he's like, oh, no. In his beautiful Porsche 911.
How are you a valet
And not
able
able to
how
drive a stick?
standard transmission? Wow. Where does he reside now?
Dick Vermeil?
No, Harold Carmine.
Oh, I don't know.
No, the valet.
You know, Manny. The guy. The valet.
Well, where's he from?
The valet?
Florida.
Harold is from Jacksonville, but he lives in South Jersey.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so he's in the region.
Let's give him a call.
You
He
could
probably
still meet
listens
him.
every morning.
Maybe he's got it. Maybe he's down the shore, Case, South Jersey.
Imagine if you saw Dick Vermeil and he helped you with your hot tub.
That's a feel-good story.
Casey's inflatable hot tub is in our studio right
I'll never have a
now.
hot tub. I'll never have a hot tub.
Never.
I think I can help you, son. Dick Vermeil!
Wow. All right, believe it or not, I noticed some other stuff
you
here.
did.
So yeah, let's.
More from the noticer.
Yeah. Oh wow, sorry.
And Salisbury Hill.
We're blending both of these together. Unfortunately, it's sad news. A gentleman by the name of Igor Vovgavinsky.
Yes.
Wow. He's the tallest man in the United States. He passed away in Minnesota. He was only 38 years old. Sometimes when you have these conditions, it unfortunately leads to a shorter lifespan.
There's stress on your body. It has happened to a few people of that height.
His family said the Ukrainian-born Vovkavinsky died of heart disease on Friday at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. He came to the Mayo Clinic in 1989 as a child seeking treatment. A tumor pressing against his pituitary gland had caused it to secrete abnormal levels of growth hormone, and he grew to become the tallest man in the United States at 7 feet 8.33 inches.
Oh, wow.
And his older brother had said that he was a celebrity when he arrived from the Ukraine because of his size and the flickering Cold War of the late 1980s. But his brother Layden said that Vovkavinsky would have rather lived a normal life than be known. He appeared on the Dr. Oz show. He was called out by Barack Obama during a campaign rally in 2009. He was wearing a shirt that said "World's Biggest Obama Supporter," so he pointed him out. It was hard to miss him. I mean, he was standing literally head and shoulders above everybody else. In 2013, he carried the Ukrainian contestant onto the stage to perform in the Eurovision Song Contest. When he was 27, he traveled to New York and was declared America's tallest living person by a Guinness World Records educator on Dr. Oz's show. He edged out a sheriff's deputy in Virginia by 1/3 of an inch.
That's wild.
So just barely.
He was originally cast as George Costanza.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
But then they figured that was too much of a distraction.
Okay, so speaking of that, do you remember in the Naked Gun series?
Oh, right. Yeah,
there was always that guy who was so tall you could never see his head.
Yeah,
got a little bit of banana on the side of him.
And the whole banana falls off.
Thanks, Ed.
I forgot about that guy. So according to Guinness World Records, the tallest man in the world is someone named Sultan Kosan from Turkey. In 2016, he was measured. Listen to this. So this guy who passed away was 7 feet 8 inches. The tallest man is 8'2".
So the guy who was the tallest man they say who's ever lived by Guinness's records was
Robert Pershing Wadlow.
Right, was he 8 feet 11 inches?
8'11", yep. He was almost
bordering 9 feet
tall. He only lived at 22.
Well, he couldn't walk. He had severe issues.
In fact, how he died was he had a septic blister on his right ankle that was caused by a poorly fitted brace. So stuff like that, like shoes and clothing.
Those considerations.
Or number one, they're hard to come by, and number two, if they're not made properly, it can cause real problems for people of that.
Is his skeleton in the Mutter Museum?
No.
Is his
definitely not
wallet in the Mutter Museum?
It might be. No, I would definitely know that.
Yeah.
They had the soap lady is the largest thing that they have at the Mutter Museum. But in 2012, Vovkavinsky issued a plea to help cover the estimated $16,000 cost for specially made shoes.
I mean,
that wouldn't cause him any crippling pain. $16,000 for a pair of shoes.
So how much did he weigh? Did it say? So you got to figure a couple hundred, like hundreds of pounds with all that weight coming down on that. Your shoes have to be specially reinforced and obviously large.
And the beating your feet would take just from having that
from being in
weight.
Riverdance.
And being in Riverdance. Can you imagine? Bang, 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 just boom, 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 boom.
I want to be in Riverdance.
Wow. At the time, he said he hadn't owned a pair of shoes for years that fit his feet, which were a size 2610E.
Oh, my God.
God almighty.
Thousands of people donated more than double what he needed, and Reebok provided the custom shoes for free for him.
That's great. That's a good PR move, too.
But unfortunately, he was only 38 years old, so sad news.
Yeah.
Largest.
I think Ted Cassidy, who played Lurch, I believe he died younger. Giantism is...
Yeah.
That's a problem. Yeah. It's a strain on the body.
Let me ask you guys, are you guys happy with your height? Or
yes.
do you wish you were a little bit shorter or taller?
9 feet would be nice.
I wish I was a baller.
Yeah.
I wish I was a little bit taller.
Yeah. I wish I had a girl who would do it. I would call her.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm fine. I've actually shrank a little bit. I was like just under 6'3", and I'm probably like just under 6'1" now.
Yeah.
I'm 5'4" now.
Wow.
And that was a dramatic. I was 6'1". No, I think I'm just about 6 now.
Yeah, I think I'd like to be 6 foot tall.
You you reference being short.
Yeah.
A lot.
I don't.
I mean, not all the time, but over the years that I've known you, it has come up.
There's a lot of problems with being at our height and above. There's a special functions that we get invited to.
Yeah, you know.
And you're much better off.
No, I just would like to be able to dunk a basketball, and I think if I was like 5'11", 6 foot, I'd probably be able to dunk a basketball. Yeah, on a 6 foot net.
Yeah.
Double-handed behind my back. Yeah.
And I know people have who wish that they were a lot taller, but I mean it's the really good thing about being tall is you can get stuff off of shelves.
That's basically it.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah. My wife, so we have, she just got this great step ladder for the kitchen and to get stuff. Our shelves go up very high, and that's a concern that I don't have, except at the highest shelf, which I'd have to be 9 feet tall to get. But yeah, it makes a difference.
When shopping and you can't reach something on the top shelf and you really need it, and there's like one left.
Right.
I've been seen scaling the shelves at Target.
Oh my God.
Just to get it, and
Wow.
those things I don't think they're meant to hold like human weight.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
Right.
I mean, I haven't broken anything yet, but I will climb up and get it.
Man, Rochelle and I were at the Walmart, Casey in Rio Grande.
Mm-hmm.
We saw a woman. Number one, we watched her for a while because she was talking to herself for quite a while. We went down, and I get to the end of the aisle, and I turn and I look around, and she had climbed up on the top shelf of, I don't know what she was trying to get, but she climbed. I mean, these are Walmart shelves. These are super Walmart. Okay, so bigger than average shelves on the top. And I just went, some guy who's just doing his job walking down the aisle. I'm like, you may want to go back there.
Yeah.
And
Something's going on.
And I did not envy this guy to go over and talk to the self-talker and tell her to climb down off the shelf. But Kathy, I will.
You'll help somebody.
I will absolutely offer my services. Most definitely. I had a woman.
And do you pick the person up?
No, dude. Yes, that's what I'm going to do next time.
Let me help.
If somebody asks for help getting something off the shelf, I'm gonna squat and reach down around their waist.
Ready? 1, 2,
and 3.
Or I should bend over like I have them hop up on my piggyback.
Or like stick your hands out, like you're gonna put their foot in your hands and you'll hoist them up.
We can do this.
But yeah, I will leave. If I see like someone who's a little bit shorter and they're looking up there, I'll be like, "Do you want me to get that for you?" So
that's super helpful. But when it's like 30 pounds of cat litter and no one's around,
now when it sucks is things like on an airplane, in close quarters and stuff like that. That's when it's not so much fun. Oh my God, Steve. Going to a Broadway show,
forget it.
In those tiny little theaters, the theater seats where no matter what, your knees are touching the one in front of you.
Why do they
and
do
I'm
that?
telling you, before the intermission, my legs are killing me.
That's really, for me, a lot of times I'll check the theater because when Broadway, and hopefully Broadway's kicking back in a bit, but you're right, Preston. I went to see the revival of The Odd Couple with Jack Klugman and Tony Randall. This even after he had the throat surgery and all that stuff is very special. But God damn, that theater. The average height of the person when it was built must have been 3 feet tall. My knees were killing me.
We went to see Seinfeld at a casino in Atlantic City. I forget which casino it was. And the way they had us sitting, we're at these long tables, but they weren't even tables. Like, they were so thin. You sat the entire time. Like, if you were taller than 5'3", your knees were touching the stranger across from you. Like, it wasn't. You weren't sitting across from the people you went with. You were sitting next to the people you went with.
Not fun.
Yeah, the entire time.
All right. Hey, that's all we have time for to notice, friends, because
for the notice, we got to do commercials and stuff.
And we got guests coming up. All right, so we're going to take a break, and I'm going to give away another $25 gift card for Saloon 151. They're at 151 West Gay Street in Westchester. And caller number 16, you will get this, 215-263-WMMR. Their wings are amazing. And they're here in conjunction with Stella Artois. Make sure you stop by. They have an outside patio, on-street dining in downtown Westchester. Give us a call. We'll be right back. Vincent D'Onofrio is up next.
Preston and Steve. On 93.3 WMMR.
Marissa and Casey are playing hand signals between the glass here. What's going on?
No, she just Marissa put the time in at the wrong time, so we're gonna have Vincent at 9:50.
Oh.
It's okay. No, but we got Larry the Cable Guy coming up.
Yeah, in 10 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
What?
What do you mean, what?
No, I
was planning on going to the interview, and it's not. So now we have 10 minutes. I didn't know, so we would have played a song and been on time and everything. So now I'm going to have to shift what I had planned and figure out what we're going to talk about here. So that's what.
Do we want Kathy's woodworking tips now?
No, but you know what? Well, I don't know. Do you have any woodworking tips?
No, but I did have a woodworking kit when I was a kid, and I
a wood burning kit?
Yeah.
Wood burning or woodworking?
Burning.
Wood burning was fun.
Yeah.
Those were useless.
Oh,
they were fun. You made little signs.
You could start fires in your home.
You made little signs. Yeah. That's your selling point?
I remember having but they had like the primer that you would follow.
Yeah.
And I remember one we had that was like a pheasant.
Yeah.
You know,
because kids love pheasants.
It was incredibly detailed and difficult, and I'm like, well, it's already on there. It was red. It was drawn on there, and now I'm just going to burn over that. It's going to still look like a pheasant.
Freaking pheasant.
Mine said like my name or like Kathy's room or something. I didn't follow those.
We had like the backwards ass country version of it.
Well, those were all those toys. You had the wood burning kit. You had the rock polishing kit.
By the way, Jeff Foxworthy did a great bit about wood burning kit. You know, about things they would give to kids as toys back in the day. And one of them was a wood burning kit. And he said, you know what? And they also made sure that it only had like a 1 foot long cord.
Yeah.
So you'd be close to the drapes when you were you'd be plugged in the wall close to the drapes while you're using your wood burning kit.
And by the way, the extent of my woodworking was wood burning.
Okay.
We talked about this before, but there was actually a toy that I had. A toy. It was almost like a kiln. It was called a Creeple People Maker.
Oh yeah. Wait.
Do you remember that? So
I remember that.
And you could make
name.
like things for the top of your pencil, like heads and stuff like that. It was rubber.
Vaguely. I remember you guys talking about
insanely hot. I mean, it was insanely hot. But you'd make these things, and it was almost like. I mean, the whole house could have gone up easily if this thing ever tipped over and touched the carpet or the drapes. It was a nightmare, but I loved it.
You know what else we had? I had a biology kit.
Yes. Oh, I love the biology kit.
Microscope and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, and it came with a pickled frog.
Yes, and the
a
beakers
crayfish
and all that stuff, right?
Well, not the beakers. That was a chemistry set. This was all biology. So it was all about dissecting and that stuff. Now, I had a chemistry set, too, and that all came with, clodium, whatever.
Clodium
Not clodium cyflipidide.
Sodium chloride?
Sodium chloride. Thank you.
We're out of clodium cyflipidide.
It came with salt, huh?
Yeah, it came with salt.
It came with Claudia Schiffer.
And new with salt.
Wait, I need 5 milligrams of Claudia Schiffer.
Oh, my God.
So anyhow.
These are great toys. So actually, Connor pulled up there is a Creeple People Maker.
Yeah.
It's 1964.
Dude, it's $120.
Yeah.
We should get it.
Yeah, and what we can do is cook a turkey on it if you want.
Sure.
Okay.
That's how goddamn hot it got.
So, Steve, I'm going to have to buy actually some adult woodworking toys soon. I feel like I might have bitten off more than I can chew. I have a whole bunch of lumber and decking being delivered to my house this week. I am replacing my deck all by myself.
Oh, boy.
That's a terrible.
It's a terrible decision, right?
Wait a second.
The hell was I thinking?
Are you getting actual wood, or are you getting like Trex?
Like TimberTech Trex.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
but
wow.
Okay. But there's way more involved than just taking off a board and putting a board and taking off. I have to take. First of all,
did John from Sequoia help?
That's how he and I ended up talking. I ended up almost going to Zach Brown over the weekend.
Well, let me tell you. I mean, he will definitely, and his people will definitely help consult you if you need to.
He's trying to talk me out of it, essentially.
But
I'm trying to save.
He's
right.
idea.
He's completely right.
I'm trying to save money at this
You're going to end up paying more money because you're going to need somebody to fix it.
I just want to try it. The only thing that I'm really, really nervous about is I have to put up a joist, essentially. This is like a 20-foot beam that I have to. That's the only thing I feel like I'm going to need help with.
Oh, my God. This is a terrible idea.
And then the elective surgery afterwards.
Dude, I don't even have a dumpster yet. Like, I got to get a dumpster. I have to take this thing apart first. I thought, leading up to this, well, I'm just going to take a board off and put a board on. Take a board off, put a board on. John's like, no, you have to take it all off. I was like, well, that's...
Well, I didn't know that.
I didn't. Nobody made me aware of that.
Nobody made me aware of that. Listen, of the things that I've heard and seen contractors build, like at my homes throughout my life,
right?
The deck always seemed to be one that I always would say, "Oh, I'd never do that."
Well, listen, I'm not.
I would never. Stuff would never line up properly. It would be a nightmare.
I'm not laying any footers here. I don't. I don't necessarily.
No upper deckers.
No upper deck. Well,
I've seen pictures of a footer or two you've laid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fiber.
I mean,
thank you, Steve,
impressive.
Because Steve turned me on to fiber pills, and
they're really good.
Yeah, they really are, dude.
Footer for you.
I crapped the number 76 the other day.
All right.
It was crazy.
Did you let the Sixers know?
No, actually,
maybe they could use it in promotional material.
Yeah.
Can we get back to the deck that I'm about to ruin? But yeah, so I have to do this. And how long do you think it's going to take me to do this? I think maybe a couple hours.
Yeah. Listen, I know that they're now you've done some work, so you're not that bad. Is Chuck coming over by any chance?
No.
Because that'll hedge your bets.
No, Chuck lives in New Jersey.
Oh.
This is
you're doing it here.
This is in Broomall.
Oh, boy.
This is a Delco job. Of course. It's a Delco job. You know what I mean? Like it's...
I know a great carpenter. He built a Batman bed for Steve. And no. The guy Mark Campbell.
He's amazing.
Yeah, he built this Batman bed that's phenomenal. I so admire carpenters for their ability to be artists, and so you're probably not looking for the artiest deck on the planet. But
Well, wait a minute. You bought the material, right?
Yeah.
So hire somebody to put it together for you. If you're going to bail on this, it's not too late.
I'm not bailing. I'm not bailing.
Right.
I'm not bailing, but I will.
He refuses to bail.
No, I'm not gonna bail. I'm not gonna bail.
This cracks me up that you're taking this on because you're a guy who won't cook your own food because you don't want to go to the trouble of it. You know what I mean? But yet you want to take on this gigantic project on your own.
He wants to prove to himself.
I think it's called. I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
No, I don't necessarily.
I'm like, this is big, dude.
Yeah.
All right, hang on.
Yes.
I'm going to put Steven on hold for a second.
Don't lose him.
If you would. Yeah, Steven's a contractor. Hi, Steven, you're on the air, bud.
Gadzooks, buddy.
Gadzooks, man, what's up?
Nothing. I'm listening to Casey talking about his deck, and for sure, Casey, listen, the first thing you do not want to do is replace a 20-foot joist by yourself. That is not a one-man job.
I know that. I'm definitely, my son's home, so I'm going to have him help.
How old is your son?
You're an idiot.
So that alone, and he's working with. Did you say TimberTech? Case?
Yeah.
All right. So he's.
Yes. So I work with TimberTech and Trex all the time. They're great. They're great products as long as you're installing them right. But
as long as you know what you're doing.
I'm such a big fan. Well, I know he doesn't know what he's doing. I'm such a big fan of the show. I would be willing to help him out for very cheap because I love you guys. You guys help me out so much all the time, every day to get through my workday.
Oh, that's
I would
very
be willing
kind.
to help him out. For
Case, I'd take him up on it.
Take him
he wanted it.
No, Steve, that's right. I appreciate you. You're offering your help, but get his number. But
Steven,
that's okay.
Steven,
hang on, Steven.
But I think I can do this.
Well,
Get his number.
maybe like at the end of Guardians 2, the contractors will gather together and have a funeral for you when you end up killing yourself.
Hang on, Steven. We're going to get your information and we'll set you up with Casey because you will at least. I understand that. Maybe you can do this and you'll learn how to do it, but you need manpower-wise, you need more than one person.
At least to put this joist up. That's it. And then the rest of it, just,
Problem solved.
No, that's the sound of the ambulance coming.
This needs to be documented, by the way. You're trying to do this on your own. So, all right. Well, listen. I'd love to sit and talk about this, but our guest is ready to go. He is going to be performing. The show is September 5th, and he will be at the Hollywood Casino at Penn National Race Course, just outside of Harrisburg. He's great, and we're happy to have him on, ladies and gentlemen. Larry the Cable Guy. Hey! Good morning, Larry.
Boy, that's a heck of an introduction.
Well, we tried to impress right at the top here. How you doing, Larry?
I'm doing pretty good. How big is his deck?
Case?
It is. Oh gosh. So I don't know. It's like 20 by 15 and then 14 by 8. So whatever that is.
So He's always bragging about his dick. I tell you what, that's bigger than my dick. I've just got a regular size dick. But,
Larry, you impress me as someone who would be sort of handy with tools and things of that nature. Or, are you a Mr. Fix-It, or do you leave it to the contractors?
No, I totally leave it to the contractor. This is all an act.
I love it. I love it. Nice.
I don't do nothing. No, I just leave that to the professionals. I don't know nothing about how to do that kind of crap.
Well, yes, because it can end up deadly. People don't realize. Every guy thinks, and it's something that I've contended for quite a while, is that a guy should know this, a guy should be able to do this, and it's those guys that end up as a news story with a nail gun, in the back of their head, and they screw up all the time.
Absolutely. That's 90% of the YouTube videos are people that think they can do it themselves.
It's true. It's true. Now, one thing we did notice is, and I must have seen an advertisement, but you have a ton of Larry the Cable Guy food items, like cornbread mix, beer bread mix, all of this stuff. And I've actually seen these. I don't know if I saw it, as an ad that popped up online. But how long have you been at this?
Boy, I tell you what, it's good stuff too. My cornbread mix, that'll make your toilet take a knee right there.
Take a knee.
That is good stuff. No, you know what? A long time ago, I wanted to be the redneck Paul Newman.
Redneck Paul Newman, yeah.
Because I started a foundation called the Get Her Done Foundation. And so I wanted to come up with a bunch, it's like food items. And when I did the first Cars movie, you saw that movie, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Where I was a tow truck. I'm not, and by the way, not to get off topic, I'm not bragging about my voiceover work, but I'm so good at voiceovers. I'm the only person that does voiceovers that puts on weight to do the character.
Wow.
You're a
That's
method guy.
Yeah.
But we were sitting at a table, and I was sitting next to Paul Newman, and I told him what I was trying to do, and he gave me some tips on how to start it and how to do it. He was very nice to me, and so that's what I did. We came up with just certain food items, and it all goes to my foundation. And so,
well, that's excellent.
Good.
Yeah,
it's been a pretty good deal. But yeah, no, they're good. It's it was a funny story. One time, I had what was it? I got like a hamburger helper, and when the pandemic stuff started going on last year, somebody sent me a picture of the grocery store shelves completely gone.
Yeah.
And there was only thing on that shelf was 2 boxes of Larry the Cable Guy hamburger helper. And I said, when your hamburger helper is the only thing left on the shelf during a pandemic, that's when it's time to retool.
Well, what sells?
That's all good stuff. It all goes to my foundation, and there you go.
Well, let me ask you. So, concerning the pandemic and all that stuff, there were areas that were open and comedians were able to go perform. Were you able to do that, or did you just take the time off and hang?
I was working at Cabela's.
Cabela's, okay.
I've always, I don't want to say, but I was happy for all this stuff because I always wanted to work. I always wanted to work the fishing department at Cabela's, so I went down there selling reels.
Okay.
I'm only kidding.
I know. We figured that out.
No, I didn't do. I took it off. I've been on tour forever, 280 something days a year.
Wow.
And I actually, about 2-3 years before, I didn't want to miss my kids growing up. And so I only took 20 shows a year, maybe.
Wow, jeez.
And so I was only in my fourth year taking 20 shows a year. And so I just said that I'll just take it off. I thought it all sucked, though. Here's who it sucked for. It sucked for, well, everybody, but as far as comedy goes, for those comics that just started making some headway.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Those comics that just worked hard to develop a following, and this was going to be their year, and those comics just trying to start out, that's who it sucked for. People that already had a built-in audience and they did fine. It's the people that were coming up. That's who I felt bad for. So I'm glad that we're back at it and back at doing comedy because, it's essential. Everybody's essential. There's not one American out there that's non-essential that's contributing. You know what I mean?
Sure. No, absolutely. It was always a weird classification from the beginning who was essential and who's not. Everyone's looking to put food on their table. It's all essential.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I notice how, though, whenever they're going to close they don't get funding, they say, well, if we don't get any funding, all non-essential government workers will not be working. But I noticed how all non-essential government workers were working during the pandemic.
Let me ask you something. So, as you
oh boy, you're going to get me started.
No. I wanted to ask you if you are on the road a lot. Are you a good traveler? Is that something you're adept at, or because if you're on the road that much, it can take a toll. Have you developed a system, or are you constantly getting dinged up?
You know what? I hate traveling. I hate flying. Once I'm there, I enjoy it. Look, I said I'd never fly again after the airlines because I hate flying, and one time they wouldn't let me bring my emotional support stripper with me on the airplane.
The emotional support stripper wasn't allowed.
Oh, well, look, if we're going through turbulence and I can't motorboat a pair of titties, I'm in trouble.
I didn't expect that line at all.
They wouldn't let me.
Listen, you've got to do things to calm down. We completely understand.
That was out of nowhere.
I know that. I remember one time I was on it. Well, I think it was South. I better not mention the name of the airline.
All right, okay.
Yes, South.
It was a Northeast South something. Yeah.
Let's just say it's so crappy they've named the COVID variant after it. And I sat next to this one lady. Had to be. You ever see My 600-Pound Life?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think she was one of the cast members. And she rips one on the daggum airplane.
Oh no.
Well, you could have parasailed off the daggum. I mean, come on. It got so bad the pilot tried to hit a bird. So I just don't like flying. I like to avoid the whole thing. But you got to do it. You get there, you do your show, you move on. But here's the thing. I'm getting older. I've been doing this for a long time. But here's the thing. I love making people laugh. I love being on stage. I don't do it as much as I do because I don't want to miss my kids. Another 5 years, they're out.
Yeah.
And so, but when I do get to the places, I just love it so much. But I do hate the travel, especially now. And people are so much meaner. I wish people would just be nicer to each other. I mean, the media's got everybody so damn scared to live your life anymore. And you cough. And somebody will look at you like you're about to murder their family just because you cough.
Right.
I mean, what a world we're living in, man. I used to have to cough to cover up a fart. Now I got a fart to cover up a cough.
Hey, Larry, I wanted to ask, when you do find yourself traveling and you're a little overwhelmed and you want to remain, the secret or incognito, if you're not wearing the sleeveless shirt and the hat and all that stuff, how do you kind of hide yourself from people if you just need some time alone?
I dress up like Bill Engvall.
Like Bill Engvall, and nobody bothers you at all.
No one bothers you. That's how you remain incognito as Bill Engvall.
I'm only kidding.
Well, hey, to that point,
we all those guys, we rib each other all the time.
Of course.
Well, let me ask you, and I think I'm going to know the answer, but of that crew, and we've had all of you on of the blue collar comedy crew, who in your estimation is who really lives the hardcore life? Who is really the one who is out there getting every bit of life they can?
Well, I think we all really enjoy it, but if you're talking about crazy and just always out there, well, that'd be Ron.
I figured.
Yeah. I don't think Ron's ever left the bus. He's the sweetest, nicest person on the planet. So funny, but he loves life, man. He likes going out there and just seeing the different places and he's like, I don't know how, he's kind of like, he's like Motley Crue.
Yeah,
he is Motley Crue. Yeah, no, we that's the answer I thought you were going to give, but you never know what people are like off the stage. Right. But we pretty much assume he is that way off the stage as well.
Oh yeah, man, but he's super fun. I mean, he's very nice and sweet. That's the thing about people would just think, but Ron's very sweet, man. That's why I love him. I love the other side that people don't see. But as far as, just going out and living life and having a good time, I'd be wrong.
I believe it. Hey, Larry, I have to mention this. Speaking of being a sweet guy, we had you on years and years ago. You called in. We did an interview. It was great. It might have been around the time that Cars was out. And we got done with the interview. And like 10 minutes later, even though you were doing other interviews, you called back because you forgot to say get her done. And just to say it on the air. And that really impressed the hell out of us.
We always talk about it.
Yeah.
Talk about a commitment.
Dude, I'm telling you, I remember that. Nice. Well, I gotta get my getter done. Yeah. I don't want to disappoint anybody, so if I forget to say my getter done, I gotta call back. No. I remember. Hey, you laugh at that. I remember one time I showed up. Somebody made me, my friend from Pennsylvania, my friend Christine Cece, she made me a denim shirt, long sleeve shirt, Stroker Ace.
Stroker Ace. Wow.
It was a beautiful Stroker Ace shirt. And I was so happy to wear the Stroker Ace shirt. I show up at a meet and greet with a Stroker Ace shirt, and there's like 9 other people in there with sleeveless flannels on. And I thought they were going to be impressed at my Stroker Ace shirt, and they were disappointed I didn't have my sleeves on, and I felt so bad. I said, well, hold on a second. I went back to the bus, put on my sleeveless flannels.
Good man.
Disappointed.
No, that's cool.
Give them what they want. All right, well, listen, you're definitely going to be giving them what they want. The show is September 5th, the one you're promoting, Hollywood Casino Penn National Race, and tickets are available. You can go to LarryTheCableGuy.com and get them that way, but get them before they are gone, of course. So, listen, Larry, appreciate you getting up early, checking in with us this morning. Keep doing what you do, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you again another time.
Well, hey, I appreciate y'all so much, and man, we go pretty far back, so thanks for always talking to me and always have me on whenever I need you. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you.
Anytime. Appreciate it. Larry the Cable Guy. Guys, and like I said, that show is on September 5th, and tickets are available at LarryTheCableGuy.com. I think Larry's doing a little day drinking this morning. He's feeling
I love it, though. You know, that
good.
I did see, and it's funny because I remember, and I saw it in the prep here for the interview, you know how you're sometimes on a website or whatever, and off to the side are some things that, you know, that, okay, they're
clickbait or
just things that pop up that you might be interested in buying or whatever.
Sure.
But something I was looking at, the Larry the Cable Guy food items popped up, and I'm like, what? Is that for real? Yeah. And it's real. Yeah.
He's got a it's a Bloody Mary line, but it's called the Bloody Larry mix. And of course it says "Get her down" on it. So.
You know, but that Paul Newman stuff made huge money for charities.
All the money went to charity, right?
Tremendous money. And really a good portion of that stuff that I tried was really good.
Nice. Question. Okay, so since our interview times are all thrown off here, should we break, come back, do the B-file break, and then talk to Vincent?
Well, we have a lot of time.
What do you want to
do? We can do whatever you want to do.
How about Kathy's woodworking tips?
Well, I'm gonna go to Mark. So we were talking about Casey trying he's trying to redo his deck.
Okay.
And is taking this project on by himself.
Right.
Nick had mentioned the Batmobile bed.
Which was amazing.
And we have Mark, the guy who created the Batmobile bed, on the line. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good. What's going on, Phil?
Hey, bud, how you doing? I already asked you that. Never mind.
Are you still doing well?
Yes. Since I last asked you, are you still okay?
Everything's now.
Okay, good. No, what are you checking in with, Mark?
Oh, just see if Casey needs any help. I'm happy to talk him through.
He does.
Casey?
I figured, yeah. But I'm trying to be polite. You know?
No. All right. So listen, he is actually pretty handy, but I think a deck. Every time I've seen someone do a deck or try to do their own deck, they always say how incredibly difficult it is. Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily. No.
Really?
I mean, most of what I do is fairly straightforward, just kind of putting parts together. The issue is catching problems before they come down the road and cause you a big issue.
I gotcha.
But for the most part, just doing the work is fairly straightforward.
So you're saying he should do it absolutely no problem by himself with no help?
He'll probably need some advice.
His son is going to be there, remember?
Work, yeah.
Casey, do you have a permit?
You don't need a permit. I'm just redecking. I'm not like going into the ground, or I'm not laying footers.
Sure?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. All I'm doing is just replacing. All I'm doing is replacing boards. I don't need a permit for that.
Mark, does he need a permit for that?
Oh, probably not if you're not changing the structure of it, but it'd be worth it.
If you were changing the shape and size
I'm not changing the footprint at all. The footprint is staying the exact same. The only thing I'm doing is just, laying down.
Right.
And I had somebody come and check the bones of it, you know, just to make sure that, like you're talking about running into issuers or whatever.
Right.
Like if I
termites
take everything off and things are all rotted out.
Moles, voles.
Voles.
What are footers anyway? The base?
Yeah, it's the
essentially?
base. There's, the concrete stuff that goes into the ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, we still have that Batman bed. Casey and Marissa and I were texting about it over the weekend.
Really?
Yeah, we have to figure
I thought
out.
it was at Ronald House.
No. We started and stopped with a few different charities, and it
Where
stopped.
is it?
So I had
In storage, yeah.
posted a thing for Marissa's birthday on Saturday, and so I was going through all of my photo album, and I came across the Batmobile bed in my photo library, and I was like, "What's going on with this?" So that's why I sent you guys a text message.
Wait, hang on a second. Mark, how you doing now?
Oh, very good.
All right, good. Just checking.
Okay,
all right, go ahead.
Just want to make sure.
Mark, can you come pick up the Batman bed as well?
Well, we need to find a home for that.
Yeah.
I thought we were. I've been laboring under the misconception that it was at the Ronald McDonald
Marissa
House.
is waving her hands frantically. Hang on a second.
I've been working on this for years. There are a couple of hospitals in the area who were going to take it on and then were unable to. But I think we do have a solution now, which I will share with you guys as soon as we get the okay.
At the
I bet you know what it is.
Okay.
It's going to be Casey's new deck at his house.
Right. We're going to break it up and use the parts for the deck. All right, Mark, you okay?
Yeah.
All right. Good. Thanks for the call, bud. We have his contact information.
Yeah, and by the way, give Mark a follow on Instagram. Green Gate Woodworks. He's an awesome carpenter. He just got a huge piece of oak. So check that out.
Nice. Wow.
I will tell you this: that bed.
Take care, Mark.
is amazing. It just there was some sort of miscommunication, and I would have had to have demolished a wall in my bedroom to fit it into the room. But
it was too big for
It's a
your
work
room.
of art.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Wow. We're looking at a picture of it right now. That was really impressive.
Damn.
It's like, a race car bed, but it's the Batmobile, and it's very sturdy. It's like a big, heavy piece.
God, it's amazing.
And did
there was a sleep number bed in it.
The lights lit up.
Lights lit up.
yeah.
Bad signal. The whole thing.
We had to have a special delivery dock opened up in the building in order to get it up here. Like it was a process. It was worth it because the artwork and the woodwork on it is incredible. But
it's glorious.
It also ended up weighing about 7,000 pounds.
It was just about 2 feet longer than my room.
Nice. All right, so we got that cleared up. We should probably take a break. I just want to remind you that Tattoos Day is today, and if you're interested in winning a $350 gift certificate from Floating World Tattoo and Piercing for a Preston and Steve themed tattoo, then text word tattoo to 39333 and you just might win. We'll get a winner before the end of the show. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we have the bizarre file. Then we're going to talk to actor Vincent D'Onofrio. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR. Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia presents
Let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, so we're going to start with this. A woman is suing Walmart after she says she was severely injured when the top of a travel mug exploded into her face, propelled by fruit juice left alone in the sealed container for 10 days. It had fermented.
Wow, and became explosive.
Built up pressure. Emily Horde had filed the lawsuit in Boston claiming losses related to personal injuries because of breach of warranty and negligence. Horde had bought a 24-ounce Ozark Trail vacuum-insulated stainless steel bottle, a Walmart brand from the store. She filled it with the Arizona brand mango juice Mucho Mango.
Mucho.
By the end of the day, about 1/4 of the juice was left in the stainless steel bottle, which she put into her backpack. 10 days later, she went for the backpack and found the steel bottle was still in there. She tried to remove the top by unscrewing the cap, but was first unable. And according to the lawsuit, as the plaintiff continued her effort to remove the subject bottle top, the top suddenly and without warning ejected with enormous force from the subject bottle, striking plaintiff below her chin and lower jaw with extreme velocity, causing massive damage to the plaintiff's jaw and face. Horde started bleeding from her chin, her lower jaw, and mouth, and was taken to Boston Medical Center to be treated.
So she left the fluid in for 10 days?
She forgot about it.
All right.
Yeah, so Walmart, the lawsuit says Walmart should have known that the bottle tops can explode if there's increasing pressure in the bottle, and that leaving juice or liquid contents in the bottle for an extended period of time could cause pressure to accumulate, according to the lawsuit.
And drink all your juice.
Mississippi Poison Control Center has seen an increase in calls of people taking ivermectin, including versions of the deworming drug intended for livestock to treat or prevent COVID-19, according to state health officials. The health department took to social media on Friday to issue a warning about the phenomenon, which has been reported throughout the pandemic. They said, do not use ivermectin products. They're made for animals. The Mississippi Health Department also issued an alert Friday to healthcare providers in the state regarding the increase in poison control calls due to potential ivermectin toxicity. They said at least 70% of the recent calls have been related to ingestion of livestock or animal formulations of ivermectin purchased at livestock supply centers. The warning comes as Mississippi is experiencing record COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations, and intensive care units are nearly capacity. Mississippi currently has the highest COVID-19 case rates in the country and the second lowest vaccination rate. Ivermectin can be deadly in large doses. Most callers, though, to Mississippi Poison Control Center have mild symptoms, so one person was advised to seek further care due to the amount of ivermectin reportedly ingested. Well, you probably heard of crocodile-infested golf courses and ponds, those would be. But one unique golf course in Australia is home to an even greater threat that makes water hazards truly dangerous, and that is sharks. It's a really interesting story, actually. The 14th tee at Carbrook Golf Club in Brisbane is a tricky one. It's close to a 21-hectare, 14-meter-deep lagoon that happens to be the home of dozens of full-grown bull sharks.
Jesus.
And they've been around since the late 1990s, and even though the species is notorious for its aggressiveness, especially against humans, the bull sharks of Carbrook have become somewhat of a tourist attraction. The club even has a monthly tournament named after its unusual inhabitants. It's called Shark Lake Challenge. So no one knows exactly how the bull sharks ended up in the Carbrook Golf Club, but the most popular theory is that they arrived during the Brisbane floods of the late 1990s. As the water receded, it's believed that 6 sharks found themselves trapped inside the course, but they managed to thrive and reproduce. And today, there are apparently a dozen sharks living in the lake. And unlike most other shark species, bull sharks can survive in freshwater for long periods of time and have been spotted to travel over 1,000 kilometers up rivers like the Amazon or Mississippi.
And so the Matawan River in New Jersey, that the attacks that occurred that were the basis for Jaws, that was a bull shark, they believe, that swam that far up.
Exactly, and so they can live. In fresh water.
Yes,
they aren't strictly freshwater sharks. In fact, they prefer ocean coastlines, but they survive in it just fine. Carbrook is the world's only golf course with sharks, by the way, And they're a big draw for both members and visitors. Some of the sharks are about 3 meters long. And even though human bull shark encounters in freshwater are rare, there are signs warning people that the lagoon is home to the world's most aggressive sharks. That's pretty wild, man. This is wild, too. Australian TV viewers will stay in Australia. Got a brief glimpse into a hellish ritual this week when a news broadcast suddenly cut to a satanic ceremony.
Oh, boy.
The network was doing a segment on police dogs with the usual footage of various bureaucrats, and toward the end, however, the segment cut to 2 seconds of footage of a ritual that involved the words, "Hail Satan." So, Steve, they cut film. The anchor goes quiet because they're about to segue into something else.
Sure.
And you just see these people standing around an altar, and then you just hear in an echoed room, "Hail Satan."
What?
And then they just go back to normal.
Okay, thank you, Ed. I appreciate that. We go now to a live satanic ritual.
Broadcaster Yvonne Young.
Now we're to Jim Iglesiasky at the Satanic Temple.
Broadcaster Yvonne Young managed to keep a straight face after emerging from the video mix-up. After a brief pause, she moved right on to the next story, and it's not clear how the Satan.
Oh, we're looking at it.
Yes, got spliced in. Yeah,
yes,
very weird. So,
and that there is a full satanic mass. In fact, they have a specially illuminated inverted cross.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They have everything they need.
Oh, yeah.
For your standard satanic rituals. And
do most local news do a satanic ritual?
They do a quick nod to Satan.
I've never seen Jim Garner do.
Yeah, so anyhow, and that's what we will wrap up the Bizarre File with.
Hilarious.
All right, our next guest is ready to go.
Yes.
And we've been a fan of his acting career for a long time, through all kinds of different genres and intense.
He's unbelievable.
Cool characters.
Just amazing.
Absolutely. He is an author as well. He's been a writer for a long time on his own, I believe, and now has published a tome. And I love the title, Mother. Stuff and Things. And it is out now on Amazon and local bookstores. Please welcome Mr. Vincent D'Onofrio to our show. Vincent, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you all.
Hey, I want to make sure I get this right, Vince. This is your first published book, or have you put out some works before?
I haven't put out anything before, but I do write a lot of stuff. But this is the first time I've ever thought about putting something out.
I love the concept of this, which is kind of sort of a stream of consciousness, sort of peek into your mind and thought process. And what sort of led you in this direction, Vincent?
Me and my buddy Ethan Hawke like to do stuff together, and he was doing he had this idea to turn a Bertolt Brecht play that was called Baal, B-A-A-L, into and doing an adaptation with a great writer here in New York named Jonathan Sherman, and they called it Clive, and we did a production of it at the New Group in New York, which is kind of my theater company and Ethan's, and not our theater company,
right,
but it's a theater company that we belong to, and so we did this show with 9 other amazing, a total of 9 actors and musicians, and it was during that where I just started to write in the form that's in the book, and it the cast started reciting. It was kind of like to keep morale up and everything. I mean, the show did great and stuff, but to just get us in this kind of abstract kind of mood, and they were funny, and so every night before the show, people would recite them, and it was that's how it started. And then I did a bunch of shows at Joe's Pub in New York. We put them to music. A woman named Dana Lynn asked me if she could compose music for all of them, and so we did that, and we sold out a bunch of nights, and we did that for a while, and then I thought, I should just put them in a book.
I think that's really cool because you don't see this kind of approach. Now, I think as an artist, it's got to be very cathartic for you, but it would seem to be very personal. Did you have any trepidation about sort of exposing yourself this way, this artistically?
No, none at all. I've been exposing myself in film for so many years.
Sure.
Yeah. It's all just kind of like, it's stream of conscious, like you said, and it's parts of me and sometimes just complete fiction that seems to be kind of put forward from me in a way, like my emotional place that I'm in or whatever, but they just come out, and some of them are like pure fiction, and some of them actually have to do with my life. So and people in my life. So there's just like this open-ended stream of stuff. I write one every day.
Oh wow! Okay, so and that's very cool. So I love the peek into your mind, and I couldn't help as I was reading the reviews about it, which have been very very good. That this kept putting me in mind of your character in the movie The Cell. We kind of get to peek inside of his mind. Did that? I assume that had to occur to you as you were doing this.
No,
yeah.
but I do understand what you mean, though, because there are different facets of all of us, and in The Cell, that I played, I guess, 4, maybe 5 characters or something like that, of different parts of that particular character's self. Yeah, but that was a kind of very negative, like in my mind, because I played the part and researched the part. That has a very kind of negative form inside me. You know what I mean?
Right.
It was such a disturbing film, although I love the film, but it was the depiction of a very disturbing character. So
yes, yeah.
I don't really think of it in those terms. Where I think of this stuff as very kind of positive, even though it gets a little odd at times, it's still very positive.
Hey, Vince, I want to ask you, said, you wrote something every day. You wrote one of these every day. Did you task yourself to that, or did it just happen that way?
No, it's just low. I write them like I have my, like we all do. I have my phone. I have like a little computer with me wherever I go. So I'll be sitting next to one of my kids or doing something, or it's just like they just come, and I just get the notion to do it. So I just engage with my phone, and then it just starts to come. I don't really know what's going to come, but I don't know.
Yeah,
like a notion, some kind of notion just drops. You know, and it just keeps going.
And is it like get it down now before it's gone type of thing, right?
Yeah. Basically, yes. Yeah, and I don't know how long it's going to be. Although I'm going to have a book of poetry coming out, which is all the amount of characters that you can tweet on Twitter. So
there you go.
Yeah,
I like that that sort of built-in restriction.
Yeah, which is kind of cool to operate under that. You can still do stream of conscious even if you set obstacles for yourself, which I think is really fun.
I wanted to bring up Godfather of Harlem. We had Chaz Palminteri on, and Nick had turned me on to the series.
Love that guy.
Oh, he's so good, and he spoke incredibly highly of the cast, and it's an incredible ensemble. And I mean, you're great in the show. There's so many great people. That's kind of like a gem that I was unaware of, and then I just by recommendation I had to surprised of. That sort of stuff is a blast. The cast, an ensemble that competent,
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, to work with Forrest Whitaker, amazing, because I've always been a fan of his, and we got along instantly. And on my side of the story, so there's 2 different sides. There's the black community, and then there's the white community, or I should say Italian American community, and it's very New York based. It's very kind of, it's fiction, it's reality, but it's fiction in a way, and so to work with the guys on my side, to work with guys like Chaz, and is just, it's amazing that these guys are the real deal, and it's just so good. When the camera's rolling, it's just so fun. Even if it doesn't look like we're having fun, it's just so fun.
It's great. We were telling him that A Bronx Tale, which is obviously his work, is it's one of those just almost, it's just perfection, and that it's just one of those stories that just continues to resonate. I wanted to tell you, I swore I've ever got a chance to talk to you, your performance as Orson Welles in Ed Wood, that little scene, that little moment, I watched that over and over again. It is so great. It's such an inspiration to anyone who has any sort of artistic inclination. Please tell me you had fun doing that appearance.
Yeah. At the time, Johnny and I were pretty close friends, and I think that's why I ended up doing it. And yeah, it's great. I explored Orson Welles even further in a short that I directed. I starred in as well, which is called 5 Minutes, Mr. Wells, and he was a fascinating character. So during the research for Ed Wood, I learned about this particular thing that happened about the monologue about the Ferris wheel and in The Third Man,
right,
which Orson wrote way before he ever did that movie. He used to use it as like a dinner piece that he would tell people about, and you know, he was constantly fixated on the script, and so I wrote a story about how that might have come about, that monologue, how he might have invented it. So it was kind of cool.
That's great.
It's kind of cool playing him.
Well, the focus right now on Mother Stuff and Things. It's out now on Amazon, and hopefully you'll have some other stuff to follow this up with. But Vincent, we're really cool. We're really happy about this offering. So thanks for checking in with us this morning.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Take care. Vincent D'Onofrio.
Yay!
Nice.
You know, there's so many great things he did, but he also was obviously the Full Metal Jacket stuff, but as Kingpin, as Wilson Fisk.
He's great, man.
Yeah.
Yet another, Kingpin is his character, but another villain that had this full backstory that you had no idea about, and
abusive parent,
reason for his tortured side, and
you need that.
Yeah, it was really cool. I do need to go back and watch that one again. All right. I think I hear some faint music in the background. Oh, yes. There it is. Apparently, our boss has sauntered into the studio this morning.
Yes.
Bill Weston, the man about town.
It's so nice to have you guys back in the studio after another vacation. Oh, no, wait. It's just a long weekend.
A day off.
Yes. But it's very nice to have you guys on the air this morning. Enjoyed the program.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So far, letter grade ready, or do we still have to finish off the remainder? It's premature.
I don't hand out A-minuses very often.
Oh, no? Wow.
And I'm not handing one out today.
Yes.
No, it's good. But I do have some good news. Others, other than I, have evaluated me. Me. I always like
just keep going.
Okay. Yeah. Look, here's the deal. We asked our listeners to give us a little bit of a boost with a project a few weeks ago when you guys were nominated, or you were under the names considered for the Radio Hall of Fame. And this was one of those things where the listener vote was part of the overall vote, and they've taken 3 weeks. It was supposed to be out last week. I'm going, where's the results? Oh, my God, I hope it's not bad news. But you know what? It's great news. You guys, Preston and Steve, are in the Radio Hall of Fame.
Wow.
How about
that? It is overwhelming news, to say the least. Bill isn't breaking it. We actually knew about it, but we couldn't reveal the information until now. But we're humbled. We're blown away by this, and we want to thank you, everybody who voted for the Preston and Steve Show. And even if you didn't vote, if you've been a listener of the show, we want to thank you for that, because obviously that contributes to this as well, because we wouldn't have gotten the recognition in the first place had we not had an amazing fan base.
That's exactly right. And we say Preston and Steve Show. We say Casey, we say Nick, we say Kathy, we say Marissa, we say Nick Murphy, everybody who's involved, and Connor, everyone who's involved in making this show what it is. But I mean, this effort, which is very humbling to watch, of you telling your friends to vote for us and doing that, it just meant the world. And it was cool because we felt uncomfortable about saying, hey, could you?
Yeah, so thanks to Jackson and Pierre and Jackie and everybody, all weekenders, overnight, everybody for getting the word out. And because, so Bill pointed out, so the listener vote, this isn't just a listener vote thing. So the listener vote, it's like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, counted as one vote amongst the hundreds of other votes that have to take place from industry professionals. So it was one of the votes. So you guys really got a real kick in the ass to the voting company.
We heard that the committee looks at that vote as a very influential way about casting their votes, right? And you guys were up against some national radio people in the category, and we're a little concerned about their base or whatever. But I think, look, it all comes back to the listener, right? Because they are the source of what drives this show. things like Camp Out for Hunger and your ratings, which are two of the things I think that were in the nomination paragraph.
Right.
You have a great following because people love what you do each and every day, and they also show up when we ask them to help out the communities.
It's a great relationship.
Forgive my ignorance, but is there an actual Hall of Fame that people can visit for the Hall of Fame like you can with the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
It's in Chicago.
Okay.
There's a museum.
Okay.
So I looked it up. I didn't get into the full details of it, but if you just type in Radio Hall of Fame and do a search on that, and when you do, go through the list of inductees because Steve and I can't believe that we are amongst the people that we've seen. Number one, there's only somewhere in the neighborhood like 250 people that have been inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame. And if you look at the list, it's like, and some of these names you'll know and some you won't know, but I certainly do. But there's Paul Harvey, there's Edward R. Murrow.
Yeah.
Steve, you were saying Ronald Reagan is in there. Jack Benny,
Bob Hope,
Jack Buck, Howard Stern, Ryan Seacrest. I mean, and some shows from within the industry that Steve and I have known about for a long time, like Mark and Brian and Kevin and Bean and Jeff and Jerry and Bob and Tom and these other people that you may not know. We know our industry knows them all,
right?
And I've read about some of these guys for years and years since I began in the business, and I'm like, oh my God. I can't believe that we're amongst that company.
You guys, you belong in there. And again, I think sometimes in Philadelphia, because the whole, the weather map thing, there's New York and there's Washington, D.C.
Right.
I don't know what's in between, right? You operate in this market of like 4.5 million people and do amazing things every day, whether it's just talking about stuff, but people love it. They laugh every day, and you do good in the community, and so good for you.
I think that pretty much sums us up. We just talk about stuff. That's pretty much it, right?
So they asked for a statement, and you wrote a lovely thing, Preston, and that's what I said. I said, thanks to everyone for just hanging with us when we talk about stuff, and that's really what it is. And to you, Bill, also, and to everybody, and I also made mention of all of our Beasley family here and all, corporate straight on up to Caroline, who's been so incredibly supportive.
There's a lot of people to thank, and we're going to have to, we are going to, not have to, I'm not saying, but we're going to the ceremony, which is going to be at the end of October in Chicago. And I'm like, wow, we're going to have to write an acceptance speech. I'm starting to think about who all to include and thank, and there's so many people, it's unbelievable.
I think you leave them out.
Yeah,
the best way to do it, so you don't hurt anybody's feelings.
Just talk about yourself.
Yeah, say something like it's the people you see here at this table, the show. That's everything.
Yes.
In fact, everything else has kind of been a drag on us.
Is there any sort of like celebrity element that's involved here? Like, does do you invite a celebrity to do the induction? You know what I mean?
I think so. You're thinking get Trey Anastasio to
well, I was thinking Paul McCartney.
I saw a picture.
I remember the interview. It was great. It was Kenny Knight at the time.
I saw a picture of Ryan Seacrest and Jimmy Fallon was there. So maybe I don't know if they were just hanging out together or what. But
Jimmy will do it.
Yeah, maybe Jimmy will do it. But listen, and speaking of celebrities, thank you to Rob McElhenney and Bert Kreischer and who else?
Kevin Smith.
Kevin Smith posted stuff on their social media accounts to help us out. It was so cool.
It certainly didn't hurt. It was very nice.
Yeah. So
I mean, it really seems It's at both wonderful and absurd that we're in this, but it's very cool.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you guys, again. And you look at all of those names. It's Preston and Steve, the Preston and Steve show. We were on a call yesterday where these guys got the news, and we couldn't release it early. But the first thing they said when they talked about the induction ceremony, they says, we want our gang to be there. We want our show to be there. So I thought that reflects exactly about what this show is about.
So we have someone to talk to in the airport.
Yeah.
Someone to carry your carry on.
Hey, go get me an iced tea. Right away, mister.
So it is it is a team, but thank you. Thank you, Bill,
Nice
and thank you to everybody who placed a vote, and that'll mean yet another day off because it's on a Thursday.
Oh, wow.
So we'll have to
now it's hitting home.
And then
look at Bill.
And then the following Monday is the Camp Out for Hunger.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, dude.
Because we moved it, we had to move it earlier.
That was actually the first thing that came to mind. We're like, oh my God, that's right before the Camp Out for Hunger, and how we can't take the weekend and stay in Chicago and really enjoy it. Like we we're there
back
for a day and we come back immediately.
We were just about to say we're going to have to decline. No, it's awesome,
man. All right. Well, thank you, Bill.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. All right. National Radio Hall of Fame. It's unbelievable. All right. We should take a quick break. And as we do that, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give away some movie screening passes. Because we have a screening of Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings. It is a week from Wednesday. It's September 1st. At the UA King of Prussia, 7 o'clock. And let's take 3 callers, and we'll put you on our list, 215-263-WMMR. You will get to see the movie before it opens that Friday. We'll still do some more giveaways in a little bit with our friends at Saloon 151 who are here with our friends at Stella Artois. And make sure you stop by because they have outdoor seating in Westchester. And you got to check out Saloon's 151 patio on-street dining, and you will enjoy it. And like I said, we'll do some more giveaways in a bit. We'll be back in just a moment. Lesson, question, trash, music, news, that stuff's coming up.
Preston and Steve.
this morning is, at the end of the feel-good movie Stacy Casey, what does Casey end up changing his name to? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know that, or what name did Casey want to be called when he was a kid, essentially what it is. So at the end of the feel-good movie Stacy Casey, what does Casey end up changing his name to? 215-263 WMMR. If you heard it and you know the answer, you should give us a call and we'll do the trash while you're doing that.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see what's going on while we're waiting for your call. Steve, what's up this morning?
Well, 57-year-old Wendy Williams took to social media on Saturday to introduce fans to her new boyfriend. Not much is known about her new beau other than that he recently fought King Kong to a draw. 63-year-old Madonna and her 21-year-old boyfriend Malik Williams were spotted at JFK Airport after returning from Italy. Williams told reporters that Madonna let him sit in the window seat so he could see the birdies. And finally, Robin Roberts is taking an extended vacation break from Good Morning America in order to get more family and travel time in. The announcement apparently devastated George Stephanopoulos, who relies on Roberts to lift him into his broadcast seat. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll see if you know the answer to this question. At the end of the feel-good movie, Stacy Casey, what does Casey end up changing his name to? We'll go to Jason, see if we can get an answer. Yo, Jason, good morning. Derricka to you, sir. Jason, what is the name that Casey changed his name to?
Harold.
Named after Harold Carmichael. You're right. Hang on, Jason. We're going to set you up, my man. We got a digital download of The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It. The terrifying Conjuring universe continues. Ed and Lorraine Warren are back unraveling their most sinister case yet. You can own it now on digital and Blu-ray. How did I say it the first time? I wasn't even paying attention.
No, you said The Conjuring.
The Conjuring. Instead of The Conjuring. I think I've officially changed it to The Conjuring and not Conjuring.
I will tell you this. The original Conjuring, The Conjuring, is one of the great haunted house movies of all time. It is that good. So I don't know if you want to dip your toes in this.
No, I don't. And thank you. I'll take your word for it.
Yes.
I don't like scary house movies.
Yes.
You can cut people up and do all kinds of stuff like that, but the scary house thing.
This one then, yeah, this might, well, listen, it's so well done. I wonder, but then again, I re-examine what I was saying, and it's ridiculous.
All right. It's time to do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All righty, we'll begin with Jerry Cantrell, co-founder of Alice in Chains, of course, is going to head out on tour next year in support of his upcoming album. That tour will kick off in March in Minneapolis. He will be in our area as of the release that I saw, Sunday, April 3rd at the TLA.
Awesome.
Yeah, so the tickets for the Brighton tour are going to go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. local time at Ticketmaster.com. So
I like his solo stuff. Have you heard any of it?
No, I'm not. Sounds like something else.
Yeah, it's different. I like that when they take a departure.
Yeah. Wendy Dio, the widow and longtime manager of Ronnie James Dio, said recently in an interview that she cried after seeing the first cut of Ronnie James Dio's documentary. She said, I just saw the first cut of it last week. They were in town from New York, and we were going over a lot of stuff. It was amazing. They did a great job. I cried my eyes out. It was very emotional. They did a very, very good job on it, she said. She went on to say, we moved a few things around, edited a few things, but I think it's going to be really, really good. It's done great. It's different to the book, totally different to the book, but it's so interesting and touching. Earlier in the month, during another interview, when he told fans what they can expect to see in the doc, she said there's a bunch of stuff from old Super 8 tapes and some other stuff. There's fantastic interviews with all kinds of different people about when they were working with Ronnie or what they were doing at the time, maybe supporting Ronnie. It's totally different to the book, she said once again. And I'm very interested to see this cut. I'm excited, and I think it's going to be great.
Does she say how similar it is to the book?
No, she didn't really touch on that at all. Hey, I mentioned Wolfgang Van Halen earlier. He admits that he feels a lot less nervous opening for Guns N' Roses in front of 60,000 people than he does playing a 500 capacity club on his own.
Wow.
During a new chat, he said, in a way, the pressure's off with a gun show. It's such a huge venue, but they have the cameras, and you're popping up on the sides of the screens and stuff, but at a certain point, you're doing your best to try to entertain the people who otherwise don't really give an S about you, which I don't have a problem with that. That's exactly what you're signing up for as the opening band. He went on to say, you're the jesters to lead everybody to guns, and I'm totally happy with that, and it's really a good time. But when we headline, this kind of what makes me more nervous because everybody's paying more attention. Chances are they're bigger fans than the gun shows would otherwise have. You feel more of an obligation to make sure that they have a really good time because they went out of the way to come see your band.
So sometimes I get this completely. So if I was doing stand up and you would go and you'd be any one of the comedians could headline. A lot of times if you were just like, I'd like to just take a rest tonight, you do a middle or you do the opening or MC, and that's kind of what he's saying. The onus isn't on him to bring the to bring the entertainment, as they say.
Mammoth WVH has a string of club dates sprinkled throughout the summer and fall gun store, and of course they're playing the MM barbecue. And he admitted that opening night for Guns saw more than a few white knuckles hitting the stage. Said a lot of nerves beforehand. I think after it happened, it was a huge relief. The first bit of the tour, having the two headliners and the first stadium show at Hershey, there was a lot of anxiety just because it was the first one. And as soon as it was over I was over that hump, I started to feel a bit more relief. And now I think I've gotten a bit more comfortable for the last couple of shows.
Very excited to see him.
Which is great because by the time he gets here, he's going to be in his groove. So looking forward to that. Aerosmith has inked a new deal partnering with the Universal Music Group and bringing up its entire catalog to the label from Sony starting in 2022. According to Billboard, the Blockbuster Alliance gives the global music behemoth access to group members' personal archives known as the band's Vindaloo Vaults.
The Vindaloo Vaults. It's like a bowl.
Including never-before-heard music, video footage, journals, and memorabilia. The new deal covers the band's entire catalog and future multimedia archival and new projects. Joe Perry said it's been a long road, but I'm extremely happy and proud to say on behalf of Aerosmith, we've been able to bring our 50 years of music under one roof by partnering with UMG. This will allow us to bring our music to our fans in ways we never were before. It's something that we've dreamed about happening for a long time.
A lot of bands are doing this these days, too. Dylan, I think, started the process, but it's a good moneymaker for the bands as well.
Well, how about this? Andy Summers revealed that the Police have started a decade-long plan to revamp and expand the band's catalog.
Wow.
The legendary guitarist has just published his first book of short stories titled Fretted and Moaning. Summers revealed a deluxe expanded version of the band's second album, Regatta de Blanc, is in the pipeline, as well as fully restored and remastered version of their legendary 1982 long-form video, The Police Around the World. Summers said the new super deluxe version of The Police Around the World should have been coming out in October, but I think it's now out next March. It's taken forever to get it all sorted because of issues like resorting 16mm film and getting the extras up to a 4K level. There are a lot of bonus tracks and footage, including film from Japan that's never been seen before. The performances in that film are really nice, and I'm very pleased that it's coming out. So that's on the way, and there's a 4-disc version of Regatta de Blanc coming too, with a lot of extra tracks. He went on to explain the Police are supposed to have something coming every year, but we might not this year for various reasons, mostly COVID-related. But yes, Regatta de Blanc is coming, and he said there's now a gigantic 10-year plan to release Police material. There's a gap this year, but it's coming, don't worry. Now, regarding previously unheard material, he admitted there's not a lot. He said it was always a problem for us. Basically, if we recorded something, it went out. He said, I know that the collectors are thinking, oh, you must have these all this unreleased material, but that wasn't the case with the Police. There aren't loads of demos where we were trying to work up something because we weren't the band who took 19 attempts to get a song right in lots of different styles. We just weren't that. If we wrote a song, we'd play it, record it, and release it. And you can have a lot of stuff left in the can because it's not very good, but we had a lot of mega hits instead, and that's the better way to go, and he laughed about it.
So how many hours of recorded content do you think this show has generated over the years?
This show?
Yes. So how many hours?
Dude.
Because I think we should release it all in one box set.
One box set,
And
okay.
include an additional half hour of unheard material.
So you figure, 23 years of 5 days a week, 5 hours a day?
Yeah, 52,000 hours of
maybe.
Plus an additional half hour never heard before.
But wait, there's more.
There's more.
One last bit of news, and this is sad news. Don Everly, one half of the pioneering Everly Brothers, whose harmonizing country rock hits impacted a generation of rock and roll music, passed away at 84. He died at his home in Nashville, Tennessee over the weekend. His brother Phil Everly had died in 2014 at the age 74. In the late 1950s and 60s, the duo of Don and Phil drew upon their rural roots with strummed guitars, high yearning harmonies, while their poignant songs, many by the team of Felice and Boudleaux Bryant, embodied teenage restlessness and energy.
So they were not writers of their own material?
I don't know how much they wrote, but they a lot of their hits were written by others. So their 19 top 40 hits included Bye Bye Love, Let It Be Me, All I Have to Do Is Dream, Wake Up Little Susie. And, of course,
classics.
Performers from the Beatles to Simon and Garfunkel cited them as absolute 100% key influences. John and Paul were huge fans of the Everly Brothers. And you can hear it, especially in their early harmonies, that they were going for that Everly Brothers blend of vocals. So Jerry Lee Lewis, in fact, made a statement. He said, the Everly Brothers are integral to the fabric of American music. With my friend Don's passing, I'm reflective on a life full of wonderful friends, spectacular music, and fond memories. There's a lot I can say about Don and what he and Phil meant to me, both as people and musicians, but I'm going to reflect today, he said.
It's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
So songs like Bye Bye Love and Wake Up Little Susie appealed to the post-war generation of baby boomers, and their deceptively simple harmonies hid greater meaning among the lighter pop fare of that era. So sad news that the last of the Everly Brothers had passed. And there you go. That is what I have in the music news for you this morning. Do I want to go to this call real quick?
I'm not sure.
So I'm going to go to Mike. Has a comment here. Hey, Mike. Good morning.
Good morning. I just I wanted to give you guys a call and let you know that induction into the Hall of Fame was real.
It was real, wasn't it?
It was real.
Thank you, Mike. We appreciate the love, brother. Take care.
Love, man.
All right, take care. We'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
That's fine.
Yeah, if you missed it, Bill Weston came in and made the announcement that the Preston and Steve Show is officially being inducted into the National Radio Hall of Fame, and I know the station had campaigned to have you vote. The listeners' vote was counted as a single vote amongst the hundreds of industry professionals who voted, but your nod, it definitely got their attention, and so they voted, and we will go to the induction ceremonies in Chicago at the end of October. So
yes,
humbled by it,
very much
honored
so.
by it, and
confused by
it, but nonetheless, we're happy to accept. So thank you for your help. We appreciate that. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and I guess everything we do now must be award-winning. So
absolutely,
we'll do an award-winning letter of the day when we get back. So stay put. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
August 26th.
Nice, man.
Very nice.
Good
Very
talk to him.
artistic.
Yeah, he definitely is. And he's got a book out that's very arty. It's called Mother. Stuff and Things, available everywhere books are sold. And then we had Larry the Cable Guy. Who did give us a Get Her Done.
He's very artistic.
He is performing just outside of Harrisburg at the Hollywood Casino at Penn National Racecourse. That's going to be September 5th. Tickets are on sale now. LarryTheCableGuy.com. So it was nice to have them on. And thank you to Stella Artois and Saloon 151. Who stopped by this morning and brought by. Those wings are outstanding.
Yeah.
They are the way that I like my wings made.
They're huge, too.
They're big and beefy and meaty.
Condors, I'm assuming.
But it's like a fairly mild barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
And that's the way I prefer them. Nick and Preston approved.
I dug in.
It was quite tasty. So we thank them for coming by. And they are in Westchester, of course. So make sure that you stop by and see them sometime soon. Pierre frickin' Robert. Hey, man.
Well, it's been about a month.
It has been about a month. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
We're doing very well, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's just amazing.
And thank you for pushing that for us, for promoting that for us.
Very little that I did, but it's a very cool award. Preston and Steve in the Radio Hall of Fame, and well-deserved, the Preston and Steve program. Marvelous. Congratulations to all.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
Did you have a good time off?
Yeah. I went to the place where the hurricane was coming.
Cape Cod?
Cape Cod.
No way.
Yeah.
It was that time to go.
So it was a hurricane season and shark season, I believe.
Yeah.
So good timing.
Yeah.
They've actually had
and coyote attacks.
record shark activity.
Yeah. The hurricane washed up a few more.
Right.
Yeah.
You actually had Sharknado. You had it there with
Sharknado, absolutely. And I went out floating in these little inner tubes that the people at the inn that I stay in do.
Really?
And
were you wearing your SEAL suit?
I was. And all of our asses were prime for shark bites, but we didn't get any.
All right. Well, good.
So it was a lovely time. But then you fly from, I fly from Philly to Boston, and then Boston over to Provincetown. And a friend of mine was coming with us for the first time this year, and he said, toy planes. They hold 8 people.
Yeah.
These
That's
little
true.
twin-engine Cessnas, and so which are fine in a perfect day like today. Then when you think of hurricane in a toy plane, because the thing takes off and you can feel the back of it swaying.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like a jet, exactly like a jetliner. And so we called them yesterday morning, and they go, the hurricane was supposed to be Sunday. We're supposed to leave yesterday, but the remnants of it were running into Monday. So I called them in the morning. They said, "Oh, you're never going to make it. Take a ferry over, if the ferry's even running. If you take the drive from Providence, it's god awful. It's a 2-lane road all the way down the Cape and up the other side of the state of Massachusetts into Boston. So the other option then is to take the ferry if it's running." And then at the last minute, the planes opened up again, so we flew.
I'm glad you made it.
We made it in the toy plane.
Nice.
Both ways.
I had a friend that was on Block Island, and they were literally running they were at a wedding, and they were running from the wedding to the ferry, because it was the last ferry, and if they weren't able to get on it, they were going to be stuck for the hurricane there. And she got on it, but she said there were people from the wedding who didn't make it, and then they were stuck on Block Island, and they got hit pretty hard.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got out, and you're here, and
here we are.
Back at it.
Yep.
All right, we'll get the letter from you.
Can you broadcast from Chicago when you're there?
It's not a bad question. Maybe.
I just was thinking of that, because if you're going there, I mean, maybe you could have the Chicago pretzel guy on or something.
We could.
Yeah.
Do they make
that's
pretzels
the
in
first guy I would go to.
That's what
Chicago pretzel guy here.
That guy's great.
How did you get that moniker? I have nothing to do with pretzels. Leave me alone.
I just thought I'd throw in something that had nothing to do with anything. All right. So where were we? It's time for the letter.
Yeah, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
F as in Frank.
All right, F as in Frank. And we have
We couldn't have done it without him.
That was great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm back. 2 shows nightly.
$300 Hens and Honey Shop gift card to give away, located in beautiful downtown Swedesboro, New Jersey. Hens and Honey Shop is a unique boutique with bath products, handmade candles, stylish, high-quality clothing, and accessories. Plus products from Alex and Annie, Rice Love Bags, and Pura Vida. And it's a truly unique shopping experience.
Pura Vida?
I don't know, but they have stuff from Pura Vida. Anyhow, so we will give that away on Friday. What's happening on your show today, Pierre?
All right. Well, we're going to get into Kiss. Jean's birthday is tomorrow, but we have a very busy day tomorrow. And we're also going to get into Workforce Box of Elvis Costello and Rival Sons. So it'll be a fun day.
Wonderful. Hey, today's Tuesday. That means Tuesday. And we got to get a winner here of a Preston and Steve themed tattoo. And it goes to Shane Hampel of Glenolden, Pennsylvania. Shane, to get a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, and is presented by Tuesday is by Floating World Tattoo and Piercing. 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. For artwork samples, you can visit floatingworldtattoos.com. You can check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. I'm going to do one last giveaway before we wrap the show. I have one final $25 gift card, and this is for Saloon 151. They're at 151 West Gay Street in Westchester. And we've missed sitting around the table, having a drink with our friends, and now your table is ready at Saloon 151 in downtown Westchester. Enjoy $3 Stella Artois all day on Saturdays. Caller number 11. 'Tis yours. 215-263-WMMR. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show, and Wilmington University. Ready to make a move? WilmU works online or in person. Learn more at wilmu.edu. Tomorrow on our program, it's a Wednesday, so we'll go live on Fox Good Day. We'll have a secret text word. We also have stop number 2 on the T-Mobile cooling caravan.
Oh, yeah. It's gonna
it is going to be like 95 degrees and humid tomorrow.
Perfect.
And not for everybody. I want you to get too excited, but it's Kathy's 40th birthday tomorrow.
I was going to go with 34.
Oh, 34. I'm sorry. 34th birthday tomorrow. So we'll see what that brings. That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the